really like in the violence that much, if that makes sense. So
Hmm.
I mean,
So you
that's
don't
that's
think
what I think.
so you don't think being a liberal is bad for society?
No, I don't think so. I mean, if other people consider it bad, then yeah, they can, because to each his own, and everybody got their own perspectives and shit. Like,
Okay.
you know,
Okay. All right, Coley. Coley.
Oh, I'm gonna.
Is being a liberal bad for society? If
Uh,
so, how?
some of y'all's not gonna like the answer. I'm just gonna do this the old match game style. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Oh, really?
Okay, so how is being
Be
a liberal bad for society? Go ahead.
Here's how. So I'm gonna take a little bit of what Mark said earlier and put it to my own spin. I liked what he said when he said something about, people who take it to the extreme. Now, used to, you can tell if a liberal was like, okay, I just speak in my piece and then I go away. Versus you have those extreme liberals that like want to shove their partner, like their political beliefs down your throat and all that shit. Like a Karen or a Ken, as I like to say. And it's like now you have that all the time. Like, and I don't like that, but with even the liberals, Republicans, or even Democrats. I just don't like politics, period. But at the same time, in situations like this where we have to talk about it, okay, cool. But when you have to shove your political beliefs down other people's throats like that, and you think, oh, I'm right all the time, I'm right, I'm this, that, and the third, blah 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 blah, then yeah, you're a problem. Like,
Okay, so let me ask you a question then, right? So everybody on this panel understands that there's crazies and goofies on both sides, right?
oh yeah,
We know we all understand that there's crazies and lunatics on both sides, right? That take it to the extreme.
most
So
definitely.
okay, so being that we all know that, Coley, give me an example of how liberals try to shove their beliefs down your throat, and give me an example of how conservatives try to shove their beliefs down your throat. Go ahead.
oh, good. Oh, good point. Good point.
Yeah,
So, like,
give me an example.
you, like, for example, like how sometimes like you'll go to an event or whatever. Then and then sometimes you have these Bible thumpers out there that be wanting that be wanting to force force the religion down your throat or whatever and shit like that. Like, sometimes you can just be out enjoying. Sometimes you can be out just enjoying yourself, and you will have them come up to you and try to tell you and try to tell you how to vote and everything like that.
Yeah, but hold on though. You can't necessarily say that a Bible thumper trying to shove religion down your throat is part of a political stance, because they're separate, right? They're separate. So if we're focusing on just being a conservative and the political aspect of it versus being a liberal and the political aspect of it, what would be a solid example of a conservative trying to shove their political beliefs down your throat versus a liberal trying to shove their political beliefs down your throat? Like, you got to give a solid example.
Like, I don't want for me, I don't want a person to come to step up to me and tell me. I don't want a person to come up to me and tell me, hey, like, you need to watch. Hey, you need to watch me, pay attention to this because this is what's going on in the world today, and this, that, and the other. Hold on, excuse me, y'all. My bad. I
I'll be
always have
jamming
this
to that, no lie.
have a phone call come in, but yeah, like, I don't like it when people like step up and it's like, you need to watch the news, pay attention, this, that, and the third, blah 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 blah. And when like when like in a way I kind of already doing it inadvertently. I don't have to watch the news if I don't want to. I don't have to read
But
certain articles if I don't want to. Like,
right,
don't
okay,
force
okay,
that
but hold
down my
on.
throat.
Okay, but hold on. That's not a solid example. because liberals will tell you that you need to watch CNN and MSNBC. They'll tell you, hey, you need to be looking at the news. Oh, did you see what such and such did? Did you see what such and such said? And conservatives will also do the same thing. So that's not really an example of shoving their beliefs down your throat, because by them telling you about what's happening, they're just bringing awareness to different issues. Because liberals will focus on a set of issues that they care about, and conservatives will focus on sets of issues that they care about. So if they're telling you where they're getting their information from, that's not necessarily them shoving their beliefs down your throat. They're just bringing awareness to the issues that they care about. So you got to give a solid example, man. And there's really no right or wrong answer. I just want to hear like an example of how liberals try to shove their beliefs down people's throats, and how conservatives try to shove their political beliefs down your throats.
Well, that's about the closest I can get, for real. Because like,
all right,
because that be the only way? Could that be the only way where that would like that's how they would do it or whatever. Don't the other thing I could think of is the only other thing I could think of is I just got out of school for like a week or whatever, right? And and they told and I had like to give references to an essay that I was writing on and stuff like that. But when I gave like a reference to like an article on CNN that was like, oh, you can't really use that reference because it comes off of CNN, this, that, and the third. And it was basically about, and they say it was basically about losing weight or whatever. I'm like, but it's from a reliable source. Like, what the heck is going on?
All right. Okay. Well, if you're saying that that's the closest you'll get to it, I'll give you some time to sit and marinate on it. But before we go to Marte, I got to give you this, man.
You idiot!
I ain't gonna lie. You know that shit hurt it.
So,
all right.
I got to give you this.
All right, so I'm gonna move on to Marte. I'm gonna move on to Marte real quick. Marte, is being a liberal bad for society, and if so, how? Hey, you're muted. You're muted.
Oh.
Yeah, you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. You're good.
Yes, sir.
I was saying I would not be Marte Reyes, the host of On the Edge, if I didn't address these three people that I'm on the panel with first. Mark, middle of the ground, Mr. Milquetoast, sitting on the fence, lukewarm water. Nobody likes you because you can't be decisive on a view. That doesn't make any sense, because either you have to be one side or the next, because when it comes time to vote, you have to pick a side. There is no fuchsia in between. There's like red and blue. You have to be a blood or a crip. Back on the Tizzle, didn't even really say that much. And then here's the thing with Coley. I mean, I don't know. I feel like I'm kind of outclassing these people, but I'll get to the point. Here's the thing, though. I'll provide a concise argument outlining the potential criticisms of liberals' impact on society, focusing on points rather than its detractors, right? And I'm going to make it really simple so that way Tizzle, Mark, and Coley can understand this. So there's an overreach by government intervention that liberals have. Mind you, I'm saying that liberalism is bad, and I can explain why. Liberals advocate for expansive government programs, i.e. like universal healthcare, welfare expansion, that's like in the sense to them addressing inequity. Critics can argue that this leads to bloated like bureaucracies, things like this. We have a $33.2 trillion budget, I think. And that's the problem with, they give entitlement to everybody else. There's excessive regulation. So here's the thing, though. Coley's not liberal when it comes to his ringtone, which I think that's embarking on me. Just to give you a definition, because if you can't, Coley, come up with a definition of that, that means like excessive force against my own choice. I don't have a choice unless you tell me, hey, my ringtone's about to go off and you're about to rudely interrupt everybody else's thinking here. So there's also an erosion of personal responsibility that the liberals do. Mind you, he brings up the religious argument. But whenever something happens and liberals get pissed, cities get burned down, cars get destroyed and flipped. Meanwhile, Charlie Kirk's funeral happened. We had candlelight vigils, peaceful, respectful congregation of Republican and conservatives. So I'm giving you just a fraction. There's much more I can go on, but I'm going to give you more time in the show.
Uh-oh.
Bang, bang.
I've got something to say to that.
Hey,
I've got something to say to that.
Marte.
Would you like seeing crumpets with that, Mark?
Hey, Marte's coming in strong. He just
You're invited, man. You're invited for tea and crumpets all day long. But hear me out, right?
The
So,
ass kick you're gonna need something to wash all this down, bro.
Hey, anybody want to respond? Y'all
it's fine.
Anybody want to respond?
It's fine.
To what just said?
He's trying his best. He's trying his best to trigger. But hear me out. Hear me out. There's nothing wrong with being centrist. Okay, I don't think you hate it. Look, at the end of the day, when you're centrist, people like you hate me, right? People on the left hate me as well. But here's the point. You can take good from both sides. I've always said it, right? And when it comes to voting, right, you look, so long as you can switch and shift with along the political spectrum based on politics, right? Because what happens is too many people, they become staunch advocates of their political party to the point where they become blindsided, almost like football or sports, fanatics. They love their team. They will stick by their team. No matter what their team does, they stick by it. And this is the problem, because we see the Overton window shifting, don't we? We see the people on the left and now, realistically, what we used to call the people on the right. So yes, I agree. The left are more dangerous at the moment. They're more fanatic. With the extreme left are a lot more fanatic. So hence why I shift further over to the right, because I don't want to be associated with that far left wing fanaticism. But the same thing is quite capable of happening on the far right as well. It's called fascism. No side is exempt from, fascism. Do you see what I mean? So there is...
No, I don't see what you mean, Mark. So here's the problem. Before I let you gish gallop even further, Anonymous, I'll ask you this one question because I need to bring in a third party to expose this to you, to this logic to you. So whenever you hear people that are fence sitters, people that are lukewarm, even in Christianity, do you think that's a good thing? Do you think that's stereotypically a good thing to be called?
No, it's not. It has a bad connotation.
Right. The reason why it's a bad connotation, the reason why I had to bring Anonymous into this is because you don't have an identity whenever you're in the middle. That means that your beliefs are conditional. That means that all you have is moral relativism. So when things don't go your way, you'll tend to flip-flop, which means that you're the quickest person to stab me in the back. At least liberal.
No. I'm the quickest person to step away from
Hold on.
bullshit.
At least bullshit. On the left, I know a backstabber when I see it, but I know that when things don't go your way, you'll turn around and stab me in the back as a former Republican anytime because you don't have a side. You're indecisive.
Wait, hold on.
That's bullshit.
How do you know a backstab when you see it? I'm kind of curious about that.
You know a backstabber when you see it, when people want to go to promote Planned Parenthood and you're against that, right? So if somebody's against your beliefs, that means that person isn't for you, right? So if Mark is indecisive and he's saying, well, I don't want to kill my baby this week, but then he says it next week, guess what that is? That's an indecisive chameleon, actually. So that's what Mark is, just to expose him a little bit more.
Chameleon? Wait, so you said that motherfucker camouflage?
Yeah, that's what Mark is.
Can I respond?
He's a chameleon with cold porridge. That's what he is.
Can I respond?
Yeah, go ahead. You got it. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I think what you've just said, the way that you've just analyzed me, right? The way that you've just, I don't know, kind of done some brain twisty type of activity, right? You've just turned around and said to me that I'm a backstabber. In actual fact, I'm the opposite of the backstabber. I am the person that has my own set of what I call moral virtues, yeah? And they usually stem from Christianity or the Christian teachings, right? I'm a very morally virtuous person, but the point being is, if the left become a bunch of dickheads, right, which they did, I was the one that stepped away from them. You don't see anybody else on the left doing it, do you? You see me doing it. I'm actually now voting. Do you know who I'm voting? I'm voting right wing. Do you know why? Because the left wing at the moment don't resonate with me morally or virtuously. So I stick to my guns, man. I stick to my morals and my virtues. I haven't stabbed anyone in the back. I never voted left in the first place anyway. But I always believed in liberal ideologies to a degree. So I never stabbed anyone in the back in my entire life. And to be honest with you, bro, I actually resent you saying that. I think that's
Are you
rude.
almost
I
done?
think you're being nasty by saying that.
Are you almost done?
So,
Because actually, I'm
go
just
on.
going to call you out
What have
right
you
now.
got to say to
literally-
that? I bet you're the biggest backstabber. Actually,
Mark, you
bro,
actually
Mr.
slipped up
Robot,
right now.
yeah, he can't even get his shit together, right? How
Mark, you
dare
slipped
you?
out right now. And
You're
so
the backstabber,
Anonymous,
and I think that you would stab anyone in the back.
Anonymous.
Yeah, what's up?
Well, he said he could be a backstabber, and I said he's probably the most likely to be backstabbing of all of us, and I'll tell you why. So he said I'm usually in alignment with Christian principles. Is usually consistent? No,
Yeah,
that means it's conditional. So then he said, if they tend to not vote my way, I'll switch the other way. Is that also consistent? Is that consistent when he says if? No, it's not. So when you say you're consistent, you literally contradicted yourself by saying, no, I'm hard up on my stances, and this is the way that I vote. When you say if and you say sometimes, that's not consistent. You literally contradicted yourself during this whole statement that you just made, and then you call me a backstabber. I was pointing out that you're more likely to be a backstabber than everybody else.
Yeah, but hold on.
Bro, I can't hear a word you're saying. You sound like an R2D2.
Wait. But with what he was saying, though, he did say that he used to identify with more liberal ideologies, and he started to see that they were acting crazy, so that he started to shift over. So I don't see a problem with that.
I see it. So this is why I see a problem with this.
All right, go ahead.
The fact that he said, I usually align with Christian principles. If I told you that I'm usually a Christian, what does that mean to you?
That means you do it a few days out the week and take some
Right.
days.
So that could be conditional to somebody else, right?
Yeah.
How consistent is that? The way he ended it was saying, this is how I vote. I'm very hardened on this stance. That's not hardened in this stance if you're sometimey when it comes to these things.
Yo,
That's literally what you said. This is the verbiage.
what are you going to do about it, bro? You just sit there whining and bitching about it, but you can't do nothing about the way that I think and feel, and the way that you like to attack people and preach to people and tell them how inadequate they are and how stupid they are. Do you know something? I think you need to do some soul searching yourself, mate. I don't think you're actually very Christian at all. I think that all you like to do is wind people up and debate people and pick at people. And I think you're a fucking bully. And I think you're a prick. You know, you last time.
Did I ever call him stupid? Did I ever say he's inadequate? Any of that stuff that he uttered?
So you don't have any moral values. Bring it, bro. I don't give a shit.
Nothing what I said actually encroached.
And also, you sound like R2D2, and I can't hear a word you're saying. So you're screwing up the entire life with your stupid internet connection.
So can you hear me now?
Because you're lame and you don't know what you're doing, and you're acting like an idiot.
So, So at no point did I utter anything personal towards you or attack you. I basically addressed your ideology when it came to your positional stance. And then you called me a bully. You said I'm not Christian. Nowhere did I ad hom you, but you're ad homing me. See, he's providing an example of what centrists can do because they're not aligned with any stance. So whenever you call them out on this and you expose this, then they feel attacked. What I'm doing is I'm not attacking him, but I'm attacking his position where his belief system is and showing that it's not grounded in anything. What it is it's conditional, meaning like if it works for him this year, then he'll stick to it. If it works for him next year, he'll stick to it. That's why he said sometimes he's in line with Christian beliefs.
What the hell does ad hom mean? My bad to interrupt you.
So an ad hom is a personal attack to somebody, but it's not attacking the argument like what you said. Like I could say your mama when really you said, hey, you haven't paid me back for the shoes that I bought from you. And then you say my mama, which has nothing to do with the argument.
Right. I really call that in reality a motherfucker trying to change the subject when they know you talk about the main topic.
Right. That's what he's doing. He's changing the subject. Yep.
Yeah, he'll probably jump back in. But Chisel Mode, Coley, what you got? You any of y'all want to respond to anything that Marte said? Is he wrong? Do you disagree? What's up?
It's actually a teachable moment for me, real shit. Because like the whole time he was talking, I was like, oh, you know what? Damn, he actually right. So that's why I'm shutting up and listening or whatever, and then you know, not trying to be the referee here because we don't do that, but like the last thing I remember, we're not supposed to take anything super personally because after all, it's just a debate. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah. So here's my whole stance. So just to clear things up, I know you can still hear me, Tesla Mode, The reason why I say that is because if we're in the middle of a war, which this is an ideological war, and let's say that me and Anonymous Base are the same side, and then there's one person who can't pick a side, they're either going to fall by the wayside or they're going to become a casualty or be dead weight to you. So they have to pick a side, because the reason why is because anytime they vote, they could be possibly against you one year or vote for you the other year. If they're unpredictable and you don't know what they are, how is that not a chameleon?
Well, you ain't. When you say it like that, though, you do got a valid point.
Yeah.
I mean, I find it funny that you called niggas chameleon, because I really never called them chameleon. I would describe it as motherfuckers be acting like mannequins, because like you said, like they could come up with some fake shit and you don't know how they like it's kind of like pretty much the shit you said. I'm pretty much agreeing with you.
Oh man, tonight's my best night because I get to debate two Marks. Oh shit, never mind. I got happy because I was like, I don't mind destroying two of them.
I ain't no Mark. I'm just Tizzle mode.
Falcon punch.
Well, his literal name is Mark, and he may happen to be what you call. I don't know, but anyways, moving on.
All right, so Coley, do you agree or disagree with anything that Mark said?
Oh, I agree wholeheartedly. I ain't gonna sit here and flex. I
Wait,
agree
so
with
what?
everything what he said. Like,
You agree with everything that Mark said? Like what specifically?
Oh no! You said Mark. I think you said Marte. Oh no!
Oh, you dodged a bullet. Okay.
No, I agree. I agree with everything what Marte said. Pretty much, because everything that he said was a teachable moment or whatever. The only thing that I agree with what Mark said was the fact that sometimes people can like actually go extreme with things and try to go over the top with it or whatever. That's the only part that I do agree with, and that temperature needs to be cut down like a few hairs. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, I don't care what you believe in. We're all human beings up in here. Feel me? What the hell, Tizzle? but yeah, man. Like, at the end of the day, we just in here. We just in here trying to agree to disagree, or just come together and just be one nation. Cause right now we need it. Right now we need everyone to agree. We just need to chill. Cause this shit that's going on right now, hell no. This ain't it, chief.
Well, I think that's what I'm trying to do as a centrist type person. Is I'm trying to say that, look, harmony is the best way to bridge differences. Yeah, is to understand that there are good that does come from both sides of the political spectrum. You have to understand that, right? Human beings are human beings, right? You can't split the world into two parts and say everyone on the opposite side of my political belief system, I don't like them, I want to get rid of them, eradicate them, whatever you want to do. We have to find some common ground. And I think that's my point. That's the purpose of what I was trying to say. Although people on the right will always keep digging and saying, oh, you're really undecisive, therefore you're an enemy of my side. Do you know what? Left people will call me the same thing. And that's the point. And I'm trying to say, no, come on, everyone. Come together. Let's try to bridge the gap.
I ain't trying to sound funny or bogus, but was you kind of throwing shade with us saying you throwing shade?
Huh?
I said, was you throwing shade with us saying you throwing shade? So what I mean by that is, like, for example, like say me and you in the same class, right? Or we in the lunch table, and there's a motherfucker you don't like and I don't like here, and obviously they right in front of us, and you be like, oh, yeah, I don't fuck with this motherfucker on the right next to us. I kind of call that like throwing shade. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong. That's just how I'm kind of hearing it and seeing it. I don't know. Nah,
bro. I'm one of those people, that I've seen people and they have disputes, they have violence, I've seen my friend get stabbed through the eye, into his brain over unnecessary stuff. Okay, stupid gang violence, bro. And you know one thing I've learned is try not to get yourself involved, man. Right? The best thing to do is just be there for your friends, right? That's all I would do. If you're my friend, I would be there for you, right? I'm not going to be snitching on people, throwing people under the bus, going out there spreading gossip about them. If I know something and I think that it might save your life, then I'll tell you, bro. But other than that, I ain't getting involved. So I don't know what you're talking, throwing people under the shade, whatever you're talking about. I ain't a fucking snitch if that's what you're trying to say.
All right,
Nah,
Marte. Wait, Marte, you got your hand raised. You want to respond?
No, this is actually horrible, and I'm actually going to double down on my position on Mark. The reason why I say this is because if you witness a little kid get taken advantage of by a grown man, and you know what I mean by saying this, I'm trying to not violate TOS, but
Right.
if a grown man takes advantage of a kid and you say, I don't want to be involved and I don't have anything to do with this, meanwhile we have an ideological war happening and you're not willing to pick sides, how are you then not complicit when this happens? When you say that,
No, because I do vote.
I didn't interrupt you one time when you were talking. If an illegal person moves in next door and then you see a smuggling operation that happens and you say, I don't want to call the police. Meanwhile, Margaret from across the street gets murdered because of these people. You didn't say anything, thus you didn't try to prevent this. How are you not implicit on the destruction of American society?
That's silly because I've got moral values and moral standards and a set of ethical rules systems. Yeah. So basically I follow the law. If I know that someone's being a dickhead next door, right? Do you know what I get onto the phone to my friends, mate, first and foremost. And then if needs be, if I think there's an illegal operation going on, I phone the police, mate. It's quite simple. It ain't rocket science. I believe in law and order. Law and order, my friend. If people are being dickheads, I'll phone the police. But at the same time, my friend next door who smokes weed, for example, yeah, I still don't think, because even though he's breaking the law, I still don't think that he's causing harm and damage to people, okay?
So
because he's
speaking of
smoking weed. So then I go, I'm breaking the law by not phoning the police on my friend that smokes weed. Of course I'm going to phone the police on the paedophile that's doing bad stuff. It ain't rocket science. I don't really understand why you don't understand that.
Try not to say that word on YouTube. Try to say try to say
I say whatever I like, bro.
Yeah,
Freedom of speech.
They're gonna take his channel down, bro. Don't do that because they'll destroy his
well,
channel.
can you not edit it and like blank it out or something?
No. In real time, they'll destroy his channel. They'll remove his channel.
Okay, I'll try not to say it. Okay, okay. I'll try to be. Yeah, okay.
Oh, y'all
Sorry.
Hey, he's smart. Marty's smart. He not lying because that's exactly how they remove my TikTok. They remove my TikTok.
This actually proves my point. So here's the thing, though. When you don't report things, we allow people to vote in certain ways to where you have to say stupid stuff on YouTube. Like I have to say the fruit grape in order to say something. I have to say transformer to talk about people that want to transition. Now I have to speak in a stupid language that doesn't exist because liberals literally voted this in. They're literally voting against my freedoms. So when you don't tell on people because you don't want to snitch, you don't want to be involved, you're implicit because you allowed this voting to happen on YouTube and everywhere else because you chose not to vote against it. That's what I'm talking about. You're talking about something else.
But I do vote against it. That's hence why I switched over to the right and I voted against the left this time round because I could see what you're talking about encroaching into what we call freedom of speech. I'm a free speech absolutist, yeah, which what I would have called liberal idealism. You know, liberal idealism is to liberate people so they've got their freedom of speech and expression. It just seems that the left at the moment aren't liberal at all whatsoever. So the word liberal has been hijacked. Everything has been hijacked. And I understand what you're saying. We have to watch our words very carefully. And I'm sorry, I'm going to try and be more politically correct with my speech moving forward for the sake of the channel. But I'm just saying.
So wait a minute. If you're saying that liberal voting that brought certain things in caused you to look at them a different way and it caused you to go over to the right, then by that alone, that goes against what you said in the beginning because the icebreaker question is being a liberal bad for society? That would be an example of how being liberal is bad for society because
the problem is we're conflating the word liberal. I think what we're looking at now is left-wing idealists, left-wing radicals, yeah? And I don't think they're actually liberal. I don't think they're liberal at all whatsoever. I think liberalism used to be a good thing, and now the left-wing extremists have hijacked the word liberal, and so actually we're conflating two different things, because to be liberal actually is a good thing. To liberate other people or to help to liberate other people is a nice thing. But to be a left-wing ideologue who's going to curtail people's freedom of speech and freedom of expression, that is certainly not what we would call liberalism. Freedom, like curtailing people's freedom of speech, is not liberal, is it?
Okay,
It simply isn't.
Okay, so then where's the liberty in the speech that we're having if we're having to censor ourselves and curtail and tiptoe around using certain words on YouTube? Is there really any liberation in the speech there?
No, not at all. If I had to sit here and say PDF file instead of then there ain't no liberty like that anymore. I remember when YouTube, you could say anything you wanted to. Now
it's because we come into the generation where people are sensitive, and if you tell them the truth, then they get offended and they go defensive mode. And now we got to come with, like Marte said earlier, we got to come up with these imaginary words. But I just think it's crazy as hell that we got to come up with imaginary words when we got people in the society thinking that they this and they that, and it's not even true. But
okay, so that's starting to sound like a lot of how liberals think and operate. If you say something that they don't like, they want to censor you and shut you down, and they want you erased.
Oh yeah,
all because you say something that they don't like.
Oh
so,
yeah, that's
yeah. So I'll give a brief synopsis on my take on this. I think, I'm not gonna say 100% being a liberal is bad for society. I'd say about 80 to 90% of being liberal is bad for society. I say about 80 to 90%.
I agree.
Yeah, that sounds fair enough.
Yeah, and the reason I say that is because I do agree with some of liberal ideologies, but at the same time, I'm not going to necessarily vote that way. You see what I'm saying? I'm not going to vote that way. I understand the need for having like social services and social programs to help people out that are less fortunate. That would be more along the lines of like a liberal ideology. That's why I say I can't say 100% of it's bad, because I agree with having certain things in place to help people that aren't able to help themselves. But at the same time, if you're able-bodied, you need to get up and get it out the mud on your own. That's how I see it.
He said, "Get it out the mud." You heard me. What
I have a little bit of. I know I keep getting pushback from Mark, but you can't keep opening up yourself to this. So I do want to say this though. Did you say that you're a free speech absolutist? I just want to see if I heard this correctly.
We discussed this once before in the first, so you'd have to go back to the first podcast that we did. We spoke about free speech and absolutism. Look, to a degree, yes. Look, we discussed all this, and I understand all the ins and outs and the nuances and so on and so forth, and all the gotcha points that you want to bring to the table. Yeah, I understand that, right? I understand how your mind is working. You're trying to find any which way, shape, or form. For me, it's very simple. I basically agree with everything that Mr. Anonymous just said just then. He basically just backed up exactly what I'm trying to say. He said 70-80 or 80-30, whatever. What I was trying to say from the beginning. But the point being is, I'm trying to find goodness on both sides. There's nothing wrong with that, right? And you can try to dig, you can try to do whatever you like, right? But my heart comes from the right place. Maybe my brain doesn't work properly, right, in the way that you would like it to work, but my heart is coming from the right place. And you put me up to the test, and it always seems to do the right thing. So I don't care how you want to, put me into my little box right now. But it ain't gonna work.
What I'm doing is I'm doing an exegesis of your worldview right now, because right now you're saying an absolutist.
And what are you saying? What are you saying? What are you saying? Let me press you right now. What are you? I think you're not very consistent. That's the point. I keep trying to tell you that you're just as bad as I am, bro. You're a mirror of me. You're just mirroring back to me who you are. You're just showing the whole world that you're just argumentative, and that's the problem.
Mark, you'll get a chance to respond. You just got to do one mic. Let him say what he has to say, and then you can respond.
Mark, usually I try to be a little bit more liberal and allow you to talk, but then you're encroaching on my speech. But this contradicts your whole thing of saying I'm a free speech absolutist when you won't even let me talk on the panel. And then furthermore, when I ask you this, the reason why I ask you this isn't to put you in a box, but just to explore your worldview. I'm doing an internal critique on the way that you view the world. If I can't do this, then why are we on this panel if you aren't willing to at least allow me to explore your worldview? That's what I'm doing. And you feel like it's an attack because maybe people don't explore your worldview more and break it down, because I think these conversations are extremely important. If I don't find out the reason why Anonymous Base thinks the way that he thinks, how will I ever come to a conclusion on why I should vote? That makes me a sheep, right? That's all I'm saying.
No, I get that. I respect that, bro. I'm just like mirroring you. I think what I do is I tend to
You're not doing
absorb. Like, no, I'm absorbing your energies. The way that you're coming at me, like specifically, I feel like not many other people
right
here
now.
on the planet on the panel are getting much of an opportunity to speak, because you keep coming at me with like you're trying to pick my brain apart, pick it to pieces, as if like I've got to be so like, I don't know, so concise and precise with, look, I don't claim to be that way. I never have done, never will. I think inadvertently, I've got an idea, right, of what I feel is right and wrong. Okay. And I don't really like to use particular rule books to tell me what is right and wrong, you know? And so maybe that means that I might be inconsistent at times, but I think that's part of being human. You know, like no one's perfect, man. No one's perfect. And I don't claim to be. And that's the point. So you're not going to get logical consistency out of me. It just ain't going to work that way. I'm just here to chat. Bro, it just doesn't work that way with me. So I may be logically inconsistent in a way that you don't like. But unfortunately, it ain't going to.
It's not about what I don't like. It's about me just magnifying your worldview and exposing this. That's it. And if I can see this,
what are you trying to expose?
Look. We're here exposing each other's worldview, because if Anonymous Base asks me why I'm a Christian, and then I tell him because I believe that Christ is the true God and that is the true way, if we have a Christian ethicist way of life, and then I can give him demonstrations, everything. What's wrong with that being exposed? Right? Because it shows that I'm fundamentally sound in my thinking. Therefore, I can at least have an opinion in this discussion to tell you why I don't believe in what you think. If I'm unable to do that, that's why we have to have this back and forth, right? That makes sense, right?
Sure, but the problem is, I think you like to push. It feels as if you want, what you're trying to do is you're trying to push your way of thinking onto me. Like we explained, we discussed this from the beginning.
Not at all,
it feels that way, like almost as if you're trying to challenge my way of thinking. But I think for the most part, we're on the same page, but we cross over. You know, there's just that slight crossover. But because I'm not a staunch advocate of anything, I'm not a fanatic. I'm not a fanatical right-wing voter. I'm not a fanatical Christian. But at the same time, I was raised in a Christian country and I have Christian roots, you know, which means that I was raised with Christian belief systems. It doesn't mean to say that I follow it staunchly.
I knew you was going to say that.
Right.
So you're a conditional Christian. I got it. But here's the thing that I want to ask you though. If I was to challenge you as far as your thinking, would that not be in a sense challenging you to grow, because now you can critically think about things that may be errors of your ways?
Oh, absolutely. I don't mind that at all whatsoever. And I enjoy these back and forths. And to be honest, like that's the reason I'm here. That's the reason I'm here, and that's the reason we're chatting right now. And I'm enjoying it.
I'm not your enemy. I'm not your enemy. Believe it or not, we can have a drink in a pub, as you would call it, and have fish and chips over there, over this town square. I don't mind doing this. But here's the thing, though. In order for me to know where you stand, I have to sift through your worldview. Like Anonymous Base probably could assume my worldview, but he wouldn't be an absolutist and say, I know Marte's worldview, unless he questions me and pushes me and challenges me, because he could change my mind. I should have my mind open to this. I think we should all be receptive here on this panel to at least some degree, right? So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, bro. I respect that.
All right, Coley, Tismo, what y'all got? Yeah, do y'all agree? Do y'all agree with or disagree with anything that Marte and Mark have said between each other so far? I
agree that they're finally getting a common ground out of all of this. But But I absolutely have nothing. Like Marte just hitting the points on period. Oh, and by the way, side tangent. I've been noticing since the pair of them have been, going back and forth. The commenters in the comment section have been going off too.
For sure.
They've been sounding off like, yo, like.
Well, yeah, I mean, well, because this is the thing, right? This is the thing. To me, in my honest opinion, I don't really care what side of a political perspective I don't care what side of a political spectrum a person leans on. I don't necessarily care what religion you practice. I don't care if you're atheist or whatever. What I like and respect is a person who can stand on what they believe in, whether I disagree with it or not. And I respect people that are willing to die to defend their beliefs. And I say that to say this. So basically what Marte was calling you out for earlier, Mark, is if you're saying that you're kind of a centrist to the rest of society, society doesn't know how to identify you. So as much as liberals and a lot of other people on the left with all this lunacy with all the pronouns and stuff, that ain't my thing. For a side of a political spectrum that hates labels so much, they sure do have way more labels than anybody on the right. You see what I'm saying? So we say that to say this. Labels are important for identification purposes as well as survival. And the reason I say that is because let's take a very primitive example, right? Let's take gang culture. Right, there's gangs everywhere.
The BDs, the GDs, the Latin Kings, all
exactly. Yep. So the reason I bring this up is because if I'm not familiar with how to identify certain things, I know what neighborhoods not to go into. I know which cities are dangerous. I know which cities are safe. I know which people are dangerous, and I know which people are safe. So we have to have labels to be able to identify things, because if I go somewhere to a neighborhood and the predominant population in that area is Crips, right? Well, if I don't have any way to identify them, I don't know if I'm in danger or not. You see what I'm saying? I can't go and talk to every single person to figure out which person's a Crip or not. I just have to go off of what I see, and I need something to be able to communicate that to me, so that way I know how to move. So I say that to say this: if you're in an area and we don't know what's going on, we don't know whether you're the enemy or an ally. That's right. That's really what it boils down to. So on some sort of level, you can say that you're a centrist all day long, but you know what side you vote on when nobody.
Well done, bro. Well done. Well done. Well done, bro. Well done. Exactly. You don't know for shit whether I'm telling you the truth or not, to be honest. And that's the beauty of it. But here's the thing. Yes, you're right. The left wing hijack language. So everything has to be put in little boxes, yeah? So you're either this, you're LGBTQIA+, you're either black, you're white, so on and so forth, you know? For the most part, I try to get through life, right? Trying to ignore those boxes. It's easier to get to know a person as an individual than it is to start categorizing and putting people in their silly little boxes. Oh, where do you sit? Are you here? Are you there? Are you this? Are you that? Because the problem is it gets hijacked. Liberal left-wing extremism, and I know this for a fact, they hijack language and they twist things to the point where good means bad, you know? So, and we can't really trust things at face value, and we can't stop putting people in little boxes until we know who they are at their core and what they really stand for.
All right, Marte, you want to respond to that, bro?
So here's the reason why I think you're totally fallacious in your response. I'm just going to blatantly say this. The reason why I say this is because if I notice somebody sagging pants and they got a bunch of tats and they look like they just got out of prison, I think that this guy might rob me if he's holding a gun on his side in an open carry state. I'm going to be kind of nervous about this. We put people in boxes already. Everybody's prejudiced. Let's be honest here. We just don't tell everybody what we think. If there's a really fat girl and
Yeah.
she's asking me on a date. I don't think she's going to completely blend with my lifestyle. She's put in a box. We do this automatically with everybody, right? So you put people in boxes automatically from the get-go. When I saw Anonymous Base, I put him in a black box. I was like, okay, he's probably a part of black culture. And then over time, I put him in a different box. I was like, okay, he's conservative. What people do, honestly, is they put people in a box, and then when they find out more about them, they shift them to a different box. That's really how it goes. Nobody gets non-boxed.
I see what you're saying. It's pretty, and from what I would say, it's a word, like I would say it as like, I'm gonna put you to the side to see if I fuck with you. The more I know you, but if you really a bad person with bad intentions, then I know where you stay at, and I'm gonna just keep your ass right there.
Right. So they put them in to the side in a box until they determine what other box they can go in. Right. So everybody's being put in a box. Even if I meet you from day one, this girl that I'm dating is in the good for one night recreational use or whatever. If I wasn't a Christian, that's how I probably think. They're automatically put in a box. So it's like we have boxes whether or not we like it or not. Even as a Christian,
bro, look. I think you're once again you're conflating with what I was trying to explain, because of course we have to have names and words and labels to describe things.
Names, words, and labels.
But I think because you're kind of agreeing with what I was saying. You're agreeing with what I was saying. You're saying that the left wing. Right, because hang on, you're agreeing with the left wing's ideology of putting everything in a tiny little box.
This is universal. Everybody does this. Even you. You can sit there and lie to me and tell me you don't put people in boxes, but we all do this. This isn't.
Yeah, but we try not to overexpand that box and politicize it to the point where it becomes a political weapon, and we try not to pervert language. And I was talking about the perversion of language, where you twist things and start making these little boxes mean something that they're not. For example, the word good or the word bad. Now people go, yeah, that's bad, man, or that's sick, and you go, what does that mean? Oh, that means good. You're like, no, it actually doesn't, because you're not fully understanding language. You're not following basic linguistic structure.
Not a perversion of language.
Yeah, but here's the thing though, Mark. I think what that example that you just gave right there, that would be an example of you actually conflating the terms. Because for as long as I can remember, there have been words that have a standard dictionary definition and they have a slang definition, right? So whether it has a dictionary definition, a slang definition, a good definition, or it could mean something bad, it doesn't change the fact that you could have one or two words and they can fit.
Can a man be a woman? Then can a man be a woman?
Hold on, wait. I'm gonna let you get your question out. But what I'm saying is no matter like what Marte and everybody else was saying, it doesn't matter how much you like a label or not. Labels are crucial and necessary. Everything around us has some sort of label or name.
Bro, look. Every time I agree with everyone, you will come back to me with another argument as if I'm disagreeing. I keep agreeing with everyone. I'm just adding extra layers of nuance, because it's really important to understand linguistics, and the perversion of language. Right, so do you believe that a man can be a woman? Or is that a perversion of language? Yes or no? You tell me.
That's not language you're talking about. So when you talk about people switching sexes, that's not language.
Yeah, that's not. That's not a perversion of language.
It is, because they talk about the word transgender, right? Transgender. They use the word transgender. That word in itself is a perversion of language. Because look,
explain.
It has to be.
It's not a perversion.
Because you can't be transgender. You can't be a transgender. There are two genders, right?
No, you can't.
You can't transition a gender. No. So therefore, they've perverted the language to make you put them in their little box of this thing. But it's a perversion. It's not. It's not reality.
So, Mark, I can understand what you're saying, but also it doesn't make sense. So when they say people are transitioning, what does that mean? Whenever we have somebody transition and they believe something, we're talking about the construct, right? It's not a perversion of language, because if I told, let's say that I was talking to my boy up here and I said, are we having a gay old time? That meant happy back in the day. But now if I say, hey, are we having a gay time in this room? They're going to know what I talk about. And it's not going to be happy, especially for heterosexual men. That's not a perversion of language. That's a cultural shift.
Is a perversion of. So what they've done is they've taken words, right, that resonate well with society, and they use them and they twist them. So the word gay used to mean happy, right? Used to mean happy.
That's not a perversion. That's a cultural shift. So
no, because it's being
definitions are not an absolute, Mark? Definitions are not an absolute. They will always.
Sure. I think. Look, we can agree to disagree once again.
Right, but it's a fact though. It's a fact. Culturally, when we have these labels put on people, they change all the time. So, like when I say what a crip is, and it's like it meant, it could mean crippled to somebody else, but it could mean somebody that wears blue to somebody else. So it's like it's just a construct. That's it. And they change.
I'm bringing it back to the word. Right. Go back to the word liberal. Let's go back to the liberal aspect of things. Yeah. So what I'm trying to say, look, the way that words get weaponized. Okay, perhaps the way that I describe things aren't resonating with you. Yeah. What I'm trying to say, liberalism has been weaponized. The word to be liberal has been weaponized. The word to be a Nazi has been weaponized. The word to be a racist has been weaponized. It's called loaded language, isn't it? Right? Where people use these labels to misdescribe somebody or something for being something that they're not. That's what I'm talking about when we have the perversion of language. Perhaps I used the wrong word to describe it.
So, Anonymous, can I say something? Can I make an announcement, a public announcement?
Yeah, go ahead. You got it.
So, Mark, this isn't coming down on you right now, but when it comes to transformer, I would say those words instead. And as far as other things like schnazi, say schnazi. I hate to tell you this, but I think like it would behoove you to do this just to protect the integrity of this man's channel. I'm just looking out for him because I do believe that.
Yeah, but if that's going to be the case, then I'd rather not be on YouTube at all whatsoever. Because to be honest, my morals and values say and stated right from day one that I say and speak how I wish and think and feel. And if I have to be curtailed because of YouTube algorithms, then this is no disrespect to you guys in the channel, right, at all whatsoever. But I would just much rather not have to jeopardize the channel. And I'd just much rather pull myself away because I'm not prepared to adhere to those types of bullshit rules, if I'm honest with you. Okay, so I'm really sorry about that. Moving forward, I'll try my best for the rest of this session, but I'll discuss it with I'll discuss it behind the scenes, and see how we're going to move forward with it.
Okay, look, watch this. How about this? I understand 100% where Marte is coming from, and I understand 100% where Mark Fowler is coming from. So how about this? So since I'm the one that's responsible for how things go and how people function and operate, I'll just let it slide. And if YouTube tells me something on the back end, then I'll make the adjustments. But I appreciate and respect Marte looking out, and I appreciate and respect Mark looking out 100%. Because I do say that I run a free speech panel, and I have to honor what I say. I have to. So if YouTube decides that they want to criticize me for how I'm running my channel, then fine. It is.
I feel like they probably won't only take this with a grain of salt. What they'll probably do is they'll probably just demonetize you.
Well, I'm not even monetized yet. I'm almost there. I'm almost there.
They took Rob's channel down completely. He had to ask for it to be back up. They terminated it. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. And that's stupid. That's bullshit. Because at the end of the day, when YouTube first was built or whatnot, before Google took it over, it's called YouTube. Keyword you. That means you get to say whatever you want to on here. You know what I'm saying? Like it should be that freedom of speech to where we can say whatever we want. That's how it's supposed to be. And it goes back to Marte's point earlier. We shouldn't have to come up with all these mumbo jumbo type words just to get by or whatnot. So yeah, like it's crazy. It's crazy how YouTube had changed over the years, going on 20 years next year. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but watch this though. Watch this though. That example of the exchange we just had, where Mark is saying, I think I should be able to say what I want to say, but I'll try to work a little different out of respect for his channel. And Marte pointing out certain things as a form of respect. All this is showing is that this is a perfect example of a cultural shift when it comes to language. It's because none of the language that we've been using or saying has been perverted. It's just we're going through a cultural shift where people, right, and the powers that be are starting to kind of change how they respond to language. I don't think that it's a perversion of language.
He ain't lying. Like for
you're
example,
just picking and choosing how you respond to it. That's really what it is.
right? Like for example, like from back then, which we still say it now, we either say no bullshit or no lie. We disagreeing on something. Now in the new gen, people just say no cap.
Right. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
Same thing. All right. So any last thoughts? Because we're gonna go ahead and move on.
No, I think I'm ready to move on. What about y'all?
All right. So we're gonna go to the second part of the icebreaker. Now we're gonna address it on the other side. Is being a conservative bad for society? If so, how? Anybody
Get me
can
last.
I'll go. So
All right, hey,
the
go ahead.
reason why I don't think it's bad. Can I say the opposite?
Yeah, go ahead. No, that
The reason why I don't think being a conservative is bad, think about the word conservative, right? In order to be a conservative, you have to be conserving something, which means like values, tradition. Maybe if you don't want illegal immigrants here, we want to preserve our culture or even conserve our culture. So you want to be able to conserve things that you have, whether it be like rights, fundamental rights that we all believe in, meaning like I don't want anybody encroaching on my space or anybody telling me what to do, like YouTube. For us to be even having this exchange by saying, I don't want to have to say grape and transformer, things like this. They're literally omitting us or preventing us from conserving pure language that we've had, or we would have said on any street corner block or any, segment of society here. So the reason why I don't think it's bad is because we can conserve things. And I don't think that that's bad. Now, while there could be an opposite side to this where conserving bad things is bad, but I think that we're losing so much of society, whether as far as the rule of law, whether or not it's like legislation, we're losing to where the mayor in Chicago, Brandon Johnson, is allowing all these illegals to happen to come in the city, and they're having ice-free zones where ICE can't even be there. So that's also not even conserving crime-free areas. That's allowing more crime. So I think being a conservative is actually more good than bad. That's what I'm going to say about that.
Okay. Anybody disagree? Anybody want to respond? Mark, Chisholm, Cody?
Nah, I mean, I don't disagree. I feel like this is in my opinion. I feel like both of them got pros and cons. I feel like what's the word I'm trying to say? I feel like you got to figure out how to outweigh the good with the bad, if that makes sense. And fuck, what is I'm trying to say a very educational word, but it's not coming up in my head. Like, don't you hate when that happens? Like when you finna say something or you thinking of something, you forget.
You having a brain fart? That's what you're talking about?
Yeah, yep, brain fart, yep.
I think that's brain diarrhea, but go ahead though.
Right. Okay. So
diarrhea.
Right. All right. So Chisel, is being a conservative bad for society? If so, how?
No, I wouldn't think so. I'm looking right now.
I mean, you could explain it from the opposite perspective too. I mean, if you think being a conservative is good for society, then you can.
Well, it say that they got a personal drive, a strong sense of personal drive, independence, and that sounds like that's good. So I have no disagreement on what you said. Okay,
Mark, is being a conservative bad for society? If so,
well, you know my stance because like this whole centrism type thing. But at the moment, I think being conservative. At the moment, I would recommend. Like, I mean, I'm going to definitely vote right. Yeah, over here in the UK, right? Okay. And I'm glad, and I like the Trump presidency over in America. I'm a big fan and supporter of America, and I think at the moment, voting conservative is definitely good for society. But like we said, and I agree with Tizzle. Because Tizzle's like, and you know, we got to have like a balance, man, because things can lead to fascism, like I said before, on both sides of the political spectrum. And that's all I'm concerned about, you know, so long as the people in charge don't lead to crazy far. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
So Mark agrees with Tizzle, who agrees with Google. All right, that's all I wanted to say. Let's just move on.
Oh, that's unfair. That's unfair, man. That's unfair because look, you're like putting Tizzle. Tizzle's got a mind of his own, bro.
How very
Tizzle's got a
centrist
mind of
you
his
to
own.
agree with the computer's algorithm in their definitional terms instead of a human being. Both of you.
Look. I
Both
could be
of you.
honest. Look, I could call him an asshole all he want, but he 100% right. But I mean, at the same time, everybody do got their own opinions, like Mark said. I mean, I really agree on both. But
Tizzle, is it your own opinion if it's coming from Google and not your own think, like the way that you think originally?
nah, it's not.
I rest my case.
It would be the same like if you go to school and you copying on a test, it'd be considered plagiarism.
Yeah, there you go. Yep.
But at least I'm being honest though. I'm not finna bullshit.
I
myself.
appreciate the good faith. Your good faith. I respect that a lot. All right, let's
You got some of us that be like, nah, I ain't get that on Google. Fuck you talking about, and they be trying to argue with the argument like, nah, I'm
I like
good.
you, Tizzle. You're good people, Tizzle. Already from just that. I appreciate
you already know. You already know, my boy. I'll be chilling.
All right, so real quick, I want to address one of these chats. You got a chat from Omni Future, and he says conservatism can be bad if it does not reflect and correct abuses and weakness. What are you guys' thoughts on that? Do y'all agree with that, or y'all disagree? What do y'all want to say to that?
I actually agree with Omni Future, and my rhetoric actually emphasizes this. Remember what I said when we can conserve negative views, and we can also be conserving something that's sinful or bad. That's what he's alluding to right now, because I think that if it's not reflectant of the good society that we want around us, I think that we can preserve negative values, right? We can conserve something that's bad, meaning like a tradition of hoedom. My mom was a hoe. Her daughter was a hoe, and her daughter was a hoe, and they have a tradition of prostitution that happens, right? They're conserving something within the traditional line, but that's bad, right? So we can also conserve something bad. Mark, Omni Man is totally right about that. I'm gonna call him Omni Man from now on.
All right. Anybody else on the panel disagree with this statement? Y'all got thoughts on this?
No, I don't. I just call that run in the family. What you said, because you know, if you got one person that's a hoe, then possibly it's gonna be the other person that's gonna turn to a hoe. But only you as the person, you should know what's from right or wrong. Like you should know it's wrong to be a hoe. But if you think it's good to be a hoe, then that's just good for you. It just I think of it as other people think of it as different. I think of it as good luck finding a serious relationship or finding somebody who really gonna fuck with you just because of you and not because your money and not your looks and other shit. But that's
see, when I think of conservatism, I think that they're trying to conserve all the best bits of history and society, the stuff, the nice bits, like anything from architecture to old values, like decent values like family structure, that kind of stuff, And of course, I'm calling it old now because we're finding that liberalism are moving towards like anti-family structures and so on and so forth. And I think, look, conservatism is definitely really good at protecting the nuclear family structure, the old historic belief systems that people like to hold dear to their hearts and stuff. But at the same time, I don't see conservatism as protecting hoes and bitches. Oh, sorry, YouTube. I don't see them as like. That's not how I imagined conservatism. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. Hey, W Mark, man.
So they won't be on BS.
Hey, W Mark, man. He said he's trying to protect the hoes.
No.
Hey, I ain't protecting them though, because sometimes you can't say them. That's like how do I make that as an example? That's like when we would just talk about the gang shit, right? Like obviously you can't save nobody if they don't want to get out the gang. Now, unfortunately, some people can't get out of that because of like, where they growed up from, whether it's not having a daddy around. You said what?
Rules and regs.
Yeah.
So I think conservative is really bad when it comes to like people having selfish ideals, meaning like in politics, we have a lot of corruption that happens. And I kept bringing his name up. Brandon Johnson in Chicago is playing race politics to the nth degree. When we think about this, he's playing race politics. Also, like his is also playing race politics. The police superintendent is playing race politics. They're literally part and parcel with conserving bad values that are jeopardizing the citizens by allowing illegals to run rampant, preventing ICE from doing their jobs and obstructing their duties, and also making the citizens feel. but they're making the citizens feel less safe in that city. They're literally conserving negative values. So this is not only corruption, but it's race politics when they're saying Trump is here to oppress black people by sending ICE in our city. No, that's not what's going on. He's just conditioning people to think something to where it's like we can condition people to think about conserving this negative groupthink of race hustling. And that's literally what he's doing in Chi-Town right now.
What was the name again? My bad. I'm agreeing with what you said. Just that sounded familiar.
Yeah, there's a guy named Brandon Johnson in Chicago who's a mayor right now, and he's running race politics right now. He's trying to basically create a mini civil war in Chicago against Trump by saying, we don't want ICE here. We're going to have places where ICE isn't allowed to be. That doesn't exist, by the way. The only place where ICE can't be is Slate, California, in national parks where they have no jurisdiction. ICE can be anywhere as far as federal agents, but the Chicago mayor is saying, no, ICE isn't allowed to be here. This is an ICE-proof, ICE-free zone, when really it's like this is like a heyday for illegal immigrants to run rampant and cause crime. They're preserving negative culture through corruption, through his mayoral office in Chicago.
Hey, I want to chime in real quick on something on something that Omni said like a couple of comments ago.
Hold on, I'll bring it back up. You go ahead. I'll bring it back up.
But there's a comment that he said. That's it. He's also, I was thinking of corruption, for example, in church leadership. Pause. I can preach on how much corruption is in church right now.
Yeah, ain't lying. You ain't lying.
I can preach on that alone, and we're not just talking about the Roman Catholic Church. I don't hear nothing in the audience, so I'm gonna continue on. So, but it's also in these other churches, especially, and I hate to say this, but black churches too.
Yep, you ain't lying. You ain't lying.
Because like every now and again you turn on the news or whatever, or you read whatever you read online or whatever, and what some of the things you're gonna say, and what some of the things you're gonna see. You're gonna see a story about how this preacher was cheating on their pastor's wife with this member of the church or whatever.
That never fails to happen. Well,
Yeah.
This is in my opinion. You know what church really is, especially the black church. Church is really a hideout for people who sin and try to pretend to be saints. Like you just said it. Like the pastor, like this motherfucker literally be like, he be talking about the Lord and praising the Jesus and all that, and and etc.
And he's the main one sinning. He or she is the main one sinning. Like you hear maybe about like the apostle running like a money laundering scam or something like that in the church or whatever. Some of these televangelists, need I say more? You know what I'm saying? Like you have a whole bunch of cases in church alone that has conservative things in there that are way bad.
Well, here's the thing, though. I got a better argument. I don't think the church is a good argument for this, because I think that if you're injured or hurt, you're going to want to go to a church to want to heal. I think the church is meant for bad people to come, because there's nobody good amongst us. Even Christ said there's no man that's truly good, right? So I need to go to church because I need to be able to repent every day, because I sin every single day. So when we talk about bad people, that's who is supposed to go to the church. The church is supposed to be full of people who aren't perfect. Now, I would say I would say the equation to something that's a functional equivalent that's way better was to say the teacher scandal, when we're talking about teachers sleeping with underage students. Now that's corruption, when women are getting a slap in the wrist. They're getting half the time that men would usually get. Matter of fact, somebody was just sentenced to a crime and got 4 months probation for sleeping with a student. In Arizona right now, we have somebody paying back child support for somebody that they impregnated, even though they were a minor, finding out that I work at Jack in the Box. Next thing you know, I'm having these money being taken out of these checks garnished because somebody that took advantage of me as as a minor, it had my baby. Now I'm getting, so that person has fought this case, can't win it. There's so much corruption when it comes to the educational system. For
That's
one, they're teaching gender ideology that we don't agree with. They're sleeping with our students. Teachers are having a case every single week. It's actually been an uptick of teachers sleeping with students. And the corruption there is so bad when we talk about funneling education systems and programs. They've weeded out PE programs, so boys don't have anything to work with. They're more.
Hey, you're muted.
Yeah, you got on mute, fam.
Yeah, you're
Yo,
muted.
can I say something then in response to that? Because I'm thinking this. Yeah, I think there are a lot of institutions that are set up.
Wait.
Hold on.
Go on.
Yeah, let Marte finish. Let Marte finish.
Oh, I thought he'd
What
gone.
did I last say? What was my last point?
You were talking about the teachers getting arrested.
So when the teachers were getting arrested at that time, they're getting half of the time. Now, here's the thing, though. The teachers are also teaching inclusiveness, meaning like gender ideology that we don't agree with. To me, that's corruption. They've taken down the Pledge of Allegiance. That's also corruption. It's a bastardization of American ideals. And then not to mention this, but money has been taken out of programs, meaning we don't have like PE programs are being stripped. So that way boys don't have anything to work with anymore. Now we've taken like shop classes out of school. So now boys have a gynocentric program that we have to work with, and then colleges are also bastardized because now they're leaning more towards educating women than men. So I think there's more corruption. That's a better argument to make than the church argument, in my opinion.
Okay, Mark.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, what I wanted to say, because once again, I feel like I'm in agreement actually with that, right? So that's kind of what I was trying to say earlier about perverting, or you calling it bastardization, right? Now, I was talking about language. We're now talking about, I think that there are institutions that are set up initially and they're designed to be good and they're designed to serve the cause of humanity, such as certain religions, such as education, such as healthcare systems. They're designed to be good in essence, but the problem is they get perverted, or as you like to call it, bastardized, right? And what happens is they get infiltrated over the course of time. In my opinion, this is my opinion from what I've seen, and I've been looking into the concept of ideological subversion, where you get these extreme ideologues, radicals that infiltrate these good systems, such as the Church of England or the Church of, the church in general, and they pervert it. So it becomes a bad thing. And then people turn away from it because, it becomes tarnished or tainted. It's like a smear campaign, a major smear campaign on something that's initially meant to be good. Does that make
People
sense
trying to
or
turn away
not?
from it because they know they're doing wrong.
But I'm trying to say, like religious people, in essence, aren't bad people. And if somebody does something bad in the name of God, then you have to ask yourself, they aren't really truly good people. They're actually probably not worshipping God at all whatsoever. They might attend church on a Sunday, but it doesn't mean that they're actually following God.
Nah, yeah, you 100% right. Like, they can say they could believe God and do all this all they want, but if they doing bad, it's all bullshit. That's like how do I explain that? Like that's like having a student at school who motherfucker saying that he good, but in reality he bad, and it's the motherfucking kid that people probably don't even want to talk to. This the motherfucker who be skipping class, who be talking shit in front of the teachers, who probably be smoking, all that type of shit. And it's like, I can't call this motherfucker good if I'm already seeing the proof and the evidence that they doing bad. I just can't, unless they really change. But still, in reality, I'm not gonna forget them. I'm not finna give them praises. I'm not finna do none of that shit. Now, y'all can tell me if I'm wrong, or y'all can tell me it's bullshit all I want, but that's just from my perspective. I'm gonna let y'all say what y'all gotta say.
So I want to respond back to Mark.
Actually,
I'll let you go ahead, Coley.
Not, yeah, that's my bad. But yeah, you spot on that, because like you got people that will come in and be all holy sanctified, and that act like they got that like they're doing nothing wrong, but yet throughout the week they're right back to the old habit or whatnot. They're sitting here snorting line of coke or whatever, or they'll sit here go to the club on Friday and Saturday, but come in with a hangover on Sunday. Or, you know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
He ain't lying.
Well, one thing I'll say to the education part, to just address Mark right now, the reason why I chose bastardization is because whenever you have something that operates out of a moral framework and function, it ends up being bastardized from this, right? If we have a child out of wedlock, they were called a bastard at one point. So I think whenever we operate out of a moral framework, like that's literally a bastardization of happening. So what's happening with the school system right now, the reason why there's a lot of corruption too, is because we have NGOs interfering with this, with their funding and stripping funding away from certain programs. And this happens at the government and legislative level. And this happens also with churches too. So if you see a pastor roll up in a Rolls Royce, meanwhile, people in this congregation are steadily starving, I think this is the equivalent that I can also map on. This doesn't work because whenever, like, matter of fact, I'll even say it now, I plan on running for office next year in my city. And this is something that I plan on doing. But, you know, people are going to come at me and they're going to offer me money. And the problem with this is whenever I hold like a gala event, like one of those functions that we hold, like a banquet, somebody's going to offer me a lot of money. And I'm going to take this because I'm campaigning for something. The problem with this is when I get into office and I'm the mayor of my city, they're going to say, hey, remember that donation we gave you? Hey, we need a favor. This happens in corporations. This happens in school districts. This happens everywhere else. If we can weed out this money is the thing, in special private group interest is the thing that influences people to have negatives in their community as far as businesses, education gets tarnished for our students, things like this. And then parents don't have a grip on their child anymore as to what gets taught in school.
It's the roots of all evil too.
By the way, congratulations on that.
The love for money is the root, not money itself.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
you're right. You're right. The
Oh,
love of,
that's one thing.
you ain't love.
The love for money is the root of all evil. Not money is the root of all evil. It's the love, isn't it? The love for money is the root of all evil.
He ain't never lied. The way how he just explained that, I probably been trying to explain that like that months or years ago to a motherfucker who I personally know. Because every time I tell a motherfucker money don't buy nobody happiness, motherfuckers gonna always hit me with, well, money do buy you happiness. And I'm like, well, it do, but I'm like, at the same time, I ask them this all the time. I say, is it worth killing a motherfucker? Is it worth robbing? Is it worth going to jail? Is it worth you being a felon? If you're doing it the wrong way. Now, if you're doing it the right way to make money and make happiness, then yeah, it does give you happiness.
Well, see, that's a completely, let's see, think about this though. That's a completely separate argument and conversation, because it's not the money itself, whether you're doing good or bad. It's not the money itself that will bring you the happiness. It's the freedoms and the opportunities that it affords you that brings you the happiness, right?
Exactly.
So, so with Marte's example of him wanting to run for office, there's going to be people that are going to come in, like he said, that have ill intentions, that are going to think that he operates the same way they do.
But he just got to be smart enough,
right?
To know what's right or wrong.
But here's the thing. Marte is not a corrupt individual. So being that Marte has some sort of moral and righteous grounding, he's going to move and operate under certain ideals and principles. So that'll put him in position to where he'll be able to filter out the snakes. Right.
Right. I was going to say, Marte should know what he's doing. He should know who good and who bad.
Not only that, but this is the thing. So since he's moving with righteous intentions, I think without a shadow of a doubt, wherever you're planning to run, I think you are going to win, because the way things are going now, the world is going through some sort of a spiritual cleansing in a sense, right? So now, yeah,
that's a good way to put it.
A lot of things are shifting and changing back to a more righteous and I guess conservative framework, because now, if you're paying attention to what's going on in society, a lot of these big corporations are starting to turn away from all the woke nonsense and all the LGBT agendas. I'm starting to see it a lot more and more now. So with that being said, that kind of ties into the question, is being a conservative bad for society? If so, how? I don't think it's bad for society, because if people are saying, even in dating, let's use the dating landscape as an example. Women are complaining that men aren't men anymore. Men are weak now. Where's the men that plan dates? Where's the men that pull out the chair? Where's the men that open the door? And where's the men that buy flowers? Well,
they're not around. They're not around because they don't want to hear some of the ratchet woman bullshit and headaches. They tired of that. They tired of being nice.
Those men have been conditioned to follow more of a liberal mindset. That's why you got the men that are giving the women what they want, but then they turn around and complain and say, "No, we need men to be men again." Well,
but that's
part
what
of
anybody
that
But
is
knows.
see,
it
but
being
see, here's
conservative.
the thing. Not and not to cut anyone off, but that's the thing. Men dating back to the 1940s, 50s, or whatever, like they're the ones that bring home the bacon while the women are while the women are taking care of the housework or whatever. But somewhere down the line, women got tired. Women got tired of that, and they wanted to fight for the rights or whatever, so they can have equal opportunity to be able to work in the workforce, be able to have the right to vote and all that stuff. Which, hey, I'm down for it. But at the end of the day, the men always wanted to treat the women like they're like you're my queen. I'm going to treat you with all the respect and this, that, and the third. But yet these women
Not all women
nowadays,
think that. We got some women they say fuck men.
yeah,
That's cool.
that's the thing I was going to say. Women don't like it. Some women nowadays, they don't like it when we treat them cool or whatever. They're like this bad boy persona and all this other stuff. We don't want that. We want to protect our women. We want to sit here and treat them like that. And that's but if you want to sit here and procreate with other men that would sit here and procreate and leave, then do you? We're gonna save ourselves for the women who actually want that respect from us. You know what I'm saying?
They try to use other men who are a piece of shit, for example, with their previous relationship, like you the problem or someone, like you causing bullshit. Like you just said earlier, like we be the main ones that be nice. We be usually the ones that be gentle as hell. I'm gonna let you talk, Marty. Go ahead.
Oh, okay, that was quick. I want to say something that's extremely controversial.
You got it.
Anonymous Space may even not even like when I say this, but I have to say this because I firmly, staunchly, I'm going to use your word, Mark, that I'm a staunch advocate for this. I think that we should have a matter of fact. I'm going to ask you guys what this means. Do you know what moratorium means?
No, that's a long word. I'm not gonna lie.
I think so.
It means we're going to take a break or a hiatus or a vacation from, right?
Yeah.
I believe that we should have a moratorium as Black folk from Black women for a minute. And here's why. The reason why I say that is because they divorce at highest rates at 14% of the lowest population. They have the most ABs, which means, Mark, for you, definitionally, it means they're going to the clinic to get rid of a baby, meaning kill that, delete this child. And then not to mention this, but they also have the most contentious relationships in society right now. I think that whenever you have women that are with their same race, meaning like if I'm with a Black woman, they literally treat us like shit. But with a white woman or a white man, they treat them like gold. They're very submissive, very feminine, very
because
but this is the thing though, they'll treat them like a king, but when they're with Black men, they treat us like garbage. And here's the thing,
really?
If we can take a break from them, they like you don't miss something unless it's gone. So I think that in order to restructure things, I think that we should be able to have like a boycott from Black women. How am I wrong?
Yeah, I mean you ain't.
You're not. What
was up? I was finna add something. Now I was finna say you 100% right on that. But the reason for that though, because Black people don't even like their own damn race, and
No,
I mean
we do love our race, and I'll tell you why we love our race. When we talk about Black men who are conservative, we're the most vilified and hated amongst the liberals, unless we're liberal. And when you talk about white people, the only white people that liberal like are the gay ones. Because I tell you, if you're a conservative, white people hate their own kind, and they're taught on the liberal side to hate other whites, meaning like white guilt, which is a psyop and doesn't even exist. So we have race politics that happens all the time. But back to Black culture, I think that we should have, I would say, a boycott from Black women. And the reason why I say this is because most Black women chase Black men off. And I'll tell you why this is bad. The reason why this is bad is because as a daughter growing up, you look for your father and men that you date. If you don't know what your father looks like, well, guess what? I'm going to treat the white man better than you because my dad wasn't here, because my mom ran him off. And the reason why I say that Black women run them off is because they initiate divorces 78, 89% of the time between this. This is the most amount of separate. And the reason why they initiate divorces is because of financial reasons, not because of cheating, not because of abuse. It means that I refuse to work on my relationship. I want another option that's better than you. That's bullshit.
What you consider bullshit? Replay that again. I just want to kind of make sure I heard that
So
correctly.
if a woman thinks that she can do better than you because she refuses to work on her relationship or because you're struggling financially a little bit, she's not going to work with you through your struggle to see you through it
No,
to the
she
end.
not.
She's not going to do this.
How she go
It's
help
not.
you work with your struggles when she can't even work with her own shit?
Thank
Exactly.
you.
Well, there's that too. Yeah. That was like the only double chisel had, but I'll let you have that. That's what's up.
No, I mean, for real, that's what I went back to the point when I said that some of us black people don't like our race. It's not that we don't like our race because we black. It's just because motherfuckers do too much. And I hate to say it, but I'm gonna
Yes.
take it. Some motherfuckers our race do too much. This is where I come from experience. I got some motherfuckers that in which Anonymous probably gonna agree with me. I got some motherfuckers that I used to go to school with who I know. They'd be talking loud as fuck, playing their music loud as hell.
Mhm.
You heard what went on Bobby last night? Oh yeah, he was dating that one bitch that I didn't like, and yada yada yada. It's always drama. Always they
Yup.
came out in their business. Always the bullshit. Always the headache.
Yep,
But
you ain't lying.
so let me bring this back to the topic, and I can conflate the two. The reason why the liberal and conservative, the reason why I brought up the race politics is because this is constantly brought up. They will use the black vote against everybody else that's conservative and say, hey, listen, I'm on your side. Trump is against you. They're literally going to take this black populace of women and say, hold on, they're going to stop me from having bodily autonomy. Bodily autonomy doesn't even exist because if I want to take my own life, is somebody going to stop me? Yes, they're allowed to stop me. There are two people that can hold you against your will. It's a judge and somebody in law enforcement that can do this, right? A judge and a doctor, that's who it is. They can hold you against your will if you make threats to your own life and try to take yourself out. So we don't have autonomy by that reason alone. So when they're saying I want autonomy, who protects the autonomy and who gives us these rights? Men do. So if men want to protect our rights, how come women have more autonomy now given to them and we don't have reproductive
I've got
rights?
something to say.
They can take our child out, but we have no control over that. But do you see how politically they divide us by using our own culture's rhetoric against us? That's why being conservative is way more beneficial to the black community than being liberal.
All right,
Sure.
Mark,
So
your response.
doesn't it come down to what people perceive to be what they call the patriarchal system? Yeah, the patriarchy. So I think what the look. By the way, I'm not disagreeing with anything anyone's saying. I take the stance of the left just for argument's sake, right? But what I'm saying is, don't they see or perceive, like we are sat here now with a panel of 5 guys, right? We're all talking mostly right-wing conservative talking points, but the left, and especially the females, which I think are mostly tend to fall on the left, they see this as a patriarchy. They see the world as the patriarchy that is, and they went through that whole thing where they had to fight for their liberties and their rights of, to be able to work and so on and so forth. Do you not think that that's a really important part of this, like the way that they perceive? And also going back to quickly, the black women, right? I just want to say, I, as a white Englishman, am really finding myself very attracted in modern days to the black Christian conservative woman. So I don't know if that means anything, but
I ain't gonna lie. I'm like Kanye West. I'm interracial.
No,
Right.
You know what? It means a lot, though. It means a lot because
Mhm.
if you just look at how the black population is structured in present day, 21st century Black America, the women are out of control.
Oh yeah, you know what? Hey, I'm glad you said something about that too, because from earlier, like I said, I forgot to mention that we got shorties who be thinking it's okay to which I'm not gonna do it, but y'all know what I'm talking about. We got some women which they use the excuse or the bullshit that is self-confidence, which I guess yada yada yada. But like I said from the beginning, if you want a motherfucker to take you seriously, you pretty much got to stop fucking posting the ass pictures on the side of the sink, twerking your ass or showing ass videos all day. Just you going out the clubs. I think like Coley D said, maybe in a little bit, and again, drunk as fuck, don't even know where the fuck you at the next day, and you know, so.
So here's another thing that I have an issue with the Black community as far as like the liberal conservative points that we have now. So with the Black culture, racism is rampant and it's also increasing in structure. We have a song by Mona Leo, I think her name is, that's saying all my non-whites to the back, all my non-whites to the back. This is the most racist rhetoric that we have right now. Meanwhile, the girl that sued the Lyft, right, the fat girl, she has a music video dancing in front of a church's chicken while holding a 40-ounce. How is this not re-emphasizing bad stereotypes that we have? Literally destroying yourself in your own culture when you do this. And also, I covered this last night in a live that I did. There's a woman that's twerking outside of a Planned Parenthood saying the Plan B didn't work. I'm going to have to go delete this child. That's what I'm going to have to do. And the song is called Got Murder on My Mind, which tells you two things. It tells you that, for one, which I agree with her, that she's saying that having an AB of a Black child is murder. So it's like, wow, she's got one thing right. She does agree that it's murder. And she's promoting this through propaganda and music video. I would consider this like liberal propaganda. And then not to mention this, but if you have seen the inverse of this, of saying all my Black people to the back, and there was a music video of this, whole cities would be burned down, windows would be busted out, and you would see all this happening, and there'd be kind of like a whole discourse about this nationally. But yet we allow Black culture to have music videos about this, saying all my white to the back. It literally, you can look at.
Hey, you're right. Hey, you 100% right. But we live in a society as well. Like as we were saying from the beginning, Anonymous, with gangs, we got motherfuckers that think it's okay to talk about the dead and think it's no consequences. Like I just literally saying, I'm glad you just talked about that. I literally just seen a short like the other day on Facebook. Motherfucker was, I guess, as people say now, he was making fun of his dead op, and dude was like, "Fuck him, he dead in the grave, yada yada yada." And this and all that. Then maybe I think they put the edit.
You talking about like the King Von thing? Some of that?
Not King Von, but King Von, he was doing that too. Yes,
the Computer track that came out was the most bloodiest track that ever came out of hip hop. Have you heard? Anyway, but here's the thing though. So Nazinga Harris in the comments, I noticed this, and I kind of glossed over this. I meant to say this, but there are Plan B songs, you know, saying I didn't take the Plan B. I need this N-word baby out of me. Things like this. And believe it or not, I'm going to tell you, Anonymous Base, that there's literally beef, and there was a response to this Plan B song. So literally, they're like beefing over this. You know how Pac and I think it was like Pac and Biggie had the whole beef. So now there's like beef tracks about Plan B pills right now in the Black community, and they're basically, it's like a war for A being your child. This is crazy. It's just crazy rhetoric.
So we got people dissing that they doing the A word to child is not even existent. That kind of sound crazy as fuck to me. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. So there's a song called Plan B, and I think her name is Mona Leo. And then not to mention this, but somebody clapped back at her Plan B song by showing like a baby's ultrasound, and then literally like saying some reckless stuff about her baby, her unborn baby, all this other stuff. And it's just crazy. I'm like, oh, so we're at the point right now in Black culture where we're not only propagandizing the deletion of a baby, but now it's like, how is this being accepted by the Black community? They're embracing this. And it's like, this is what we have to fight against and prevent this, because it's actually funneling everything to the liberal side to promote Planned Parenthood programs like this.
I don't accept it. I don't promote it. I think it's all fucked up. That's, if you're gonna promote yourself, like I was just saying earlier to everybody in here, you gotta do that shit the right way. Like it's like the same with money. Like you either gonna spend that shit the right way or you gonna spend it the wrong way. Like they literally, I feel like it'd be different if they doing like the normal diss track, like this person not like that person, but they literally, like I said, they literally talking about kids is not even alive and talking about how it feel good to off them. I mean, from what I'm hearing, at least, like I haven't heard the Plan B song, but that's from what I'm hearing it sound like.
So if you ever get a chance, listen to the Plan B song. So Anonymous, I'm gonna ask you a question real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's dive back down to the liberal conservative argument again. If a Black, because this is like I would say congruent and also germane to the topic. If a Black person calls somebody a cracker on screen, meaning a Caucasian person, will any retaliation happen to this person? Usually the audience laughs, right? Now, if you saw the inverse of this happen in a Black a black person was called the word that's a functional equivalent of this, do you think that there would be repercussions for this white person?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
But this is part and parcel with liberal ideology when they allow this. So a lot of this, I think, is funded by organizations, NGOs, because it makes money. When people laugh at this, but also it's really cancerous because we're allowing racism, radical racism of the black community to proliferate our television screens, our iPods, and everywhere else through TikTok, which is crazy.
Probably a little bit of racial profiling, but I could be wrong on that.
I mean, it's blatant racism. That's really what.
Yeah, but they can't arrest everyone. Yeah, like they can't just go around there arresting everyone just for speaking out. Like you can, like we tend to have this mentality.
Right now, what are you talking about?
No, because we have this mentality for the most part. You don't see it, right? If you saw the rise of the 3 million people that attended the march, right, that gives you a small idea of what's really happening because they are only the vocal people. There is a large majority of people here that will not comply, and I can guarantee you, as much as you hear all that kind of stuff like through the grapevine, right, we have a mentality here that you can't arrest everybody. You just can't. Like, we can continue to be ourselves. Yeah.
But
there's more of us than there are of them.
I'm actually going to cover a video on this in the UK right now, how they've broken down because their illegal immigration laws are like non-existent. And they've allowed so much to happen in there that now all of a sudden everything else, I'm going to use the word bastardization again when it comes to speech. I have probably 17 clips that I'm about to unload on my YouTube channel just to demonstrate how little free speech you guys have. I have speeches or videos contextually showing that people are being arrested for posts joking.
Bro, I've seen it, mate. I live it. I walk it. I see it all the time. I follow it. Right? I know of everything. The Tommy Robinson marches, the people, the Lucy Letby that was arrested for freedom of political speech on the line. I know the statistics and everything. I know that we get 30 people. What is it? What is it? 30 people a day arrested for online political speech at the moment
in front of Islamists. She was arrested for saying "I love bacon" in front of Islamists. That's crazy. I have the video.
Sure, I know about that, and I know about the person that was arrested for silently praying outside of an abortion clinic in her head.
Right.
I know about that, mate. Yeah. Right, I get that, but what they do is they try to pick on someone and they make an example of it, and they're trying to use it, right? Make an example out of those people, but they can't do it to all of us. But they can't do it to all of us.
They can't, but it's proving my point that this is escalating in the UK. We don't want that mess here in the States. We don't want it at all. Would you agree that this is bad either way?
I think I just heard a
basketball. This is bad?
Huh?
Pardon?
Mark, would you agree that this is bad? This is a negative. We don't want this.
Absolutely. I want to protect. I don't want to see what's happening over here with coming over to your country at all whatsoever. In fact, I rely on America. I rely on America to protect us. I rely on Donald Trump to actually. I'm hoping that he's going to save the UK.
Well, all we could do is hope, but I'm not gonna lie, I don't think that's really looking so well. That's in my opinion, though.
Well, I think it is. I think it's looking okay, and I think that he's doing okay, and I think it's going to help us because we've got tyrants running our country, and it all comes down to the European Union, and we need the only one standing in the way is America. Yeah. The only people standing in the way from these globalist elitists is America. And so if Donald Trump wasn't in power right now, it would have already happened and we would be doomed. So that's why I'm a big supporter of America. And I don't want to see what's happening in our country drifting over into yours.
I mean, and I want to say something. I want to say something to that point. Don't get me wrong. America and UK minus Agent Orange are the best of friends. Oh my God, I want to go to London so bad. It's just you have people in power that messes it up and gives America currently a bad name because what one person is representing themselves as in power, that does not represent all of us in America as a whole. No, would do nothing. I would love nothing more than to go to London or to go to Australia, preferably Sydney, or go to any of these other countries. Like I was blessed to go to Ghana in Africa when I was in the military and whatnot. Beautiful place. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't want to go to the place and then the first thing that they think about when they see me is because, oh, you bad because you bad because of your president. Nah, that's not what I want. I want people to look at me and be like, hey, I'm a good person because the way I present myself, you know?
Okay, so then let me ask you a question on that then. So you're saying that when you travel, you don't want to be looked at in a negative way because of,
because of politics, pretty much.
Right. But you want to be respected because of how you carry yourself, right? Or how you present yourself.
Yeah.
Yes. Right. So when it comes to those people, would you present yourself as more of a liberal person or more of a conservative person?
Ooh, well, conservatives are more so about loyalty and when presented in a good light, that's a good thing. So I say conservative for real.
Okay. All right. So real quick, man, we having a fire conversation. I want to give a shout out to the almost 50 people that are watching.
Yes. Shout out to y'all. Y'all the real MVPs for real.
Yes, that's huge. That's huge.
Chat going crazy. Shout out to the chat as well. I went ahead and I went on Marte's video because he's streaming this on his side too. I went ahead and I put the link for anybody that wants to join in on the panel. I posted the link in Marte's chat. Anybody in the chat, if y'all want to pull up to the panel and jump in on this live conversation, the link is in Marte's chat on his On the Edge YouTube channel. So make sure you click that link. Look for my name, Anonymous Based. You'll see that I posted the link in his chat. If anybody in the chat, wants to join in on the conversation, I'm opening up the panel to have more new people and more new perspectives. All right, so far, we're doing great right now. So we're gonna go ahead and keep it pushing. So that was just the icebreaker. So now we're gonna go ahead and get into some more perspective conversations, and we're gonna start with this right here. What's the difference between liberal and progressive? I'll say it again. What's the difference between liberal and progressive?
Is that an open question?
Yeah, it's open.
Well, I'm not entirely sure. I'm not a professional. I don't study the dictionary, but surely you can be a progressive conservative, because to progress means to move forward in things. The problem is liberals seem to, once again, they hijack the word progressive, I swear, because sometimes I swear people talking about the word progress, this is done for progressive reasons. And you think to yourself, well, hang on, isn't that just like regressive? Aren't you going back like on things? And it's very strange. But I think you can be progressive, whether you're liberal or conservative, surely. I don't know. You tell me.
Well, because think about it. Because a lot, like, these are the two main labels that I hear on the left. Everybody obviously knows Democrat and Republican, right? But there's other left-leaning labels that I've heard, which consist of liberal and progressive. So when I hear people call themselves either a liberal or a progressive, I'm not really sure what those terms. Well, I know what liberal is, but I'm not really sure what a progressive is. But
I think it's because they've hijacked the once again. They've hijacked. So liberals tend to think of themselves as the progressives. They go, "Oh, look, we're the progressives." So you go, "Oh, look who you are. I'm a progressive." So you instantly know that they're a liberal. But that's once again, in my opinion, I don't see the word progressive as being inherently what constitutes being liberal. To be progressive means to progress future-wise. Do you see what I mean? So I think they've hijacked that word once again. I think that I don't like the word progressive because it insinuates that you're talking about a left-leaning person, but I don't think they are inherently progressive.
Okay, real quick before anybody else chimes in, Nzinga Harris, I don't know if I'm pronouncing your name right. I posted the link for you to join the panel in Marte's chat, and I tagged you. So look for your name in the chat, Nzinga Harris. I tagged you in the chat, and I gave you the link to join the panel, so you can click the link and then you can pull up.
Oh man, thank God my camera was on the fritz. I had to like shut down my computer and then rejoin. But
okay.
Oh man,
I'm back.
I was wondering where you went.
Yeah, my camera stopped. I don't know if you guys saw my camera stopped working, so that's why I came back.
It kind of did. Goalie's kind of stopped working too. I don't know if it's because of my stuff or what. I might have to refresh the page or something. Listen, maybe I'll refresh real quick. I'll be back.
All right. So what do you guys got, man? What is the difference between liberal and progressive?
Well, hold on. Let me make sure my mic. Oh, my mic is open. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right. Thought I was having problems too. Live television. Anyway, so I ain't gonna lie. I had to Google it up because like even though I understanding like the whole liberal thing, I had to like you. I had to like refresh myself on what a progressive is. Like they both support, you know, like they both support using government to address inequality. However, the thing is, like progressives are more aggressive and more pushing to transform, like transformative type changes and stuff like that. So it's like really they're kind of both bad in a way, but at the same time, progressive people are trying to push for like more change, right? If it's change for the better or change for the worse, I don't know, but that's why I get. But that's why I'm getting off of it. Maybe someone will have a way more better argument than what I'm having right now, but that's why I'm getting from it.
Okay, that's cool. Tizzle, Marte, what you got? What's the difference between a liberal and progressive?
I'll let Tizzle go before I go because I'm about to tear the house down.
Go
ahead, Tizzle.
Honestly, don't know. I'm gonna keep it 100.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. All right, Marte, you up, bro?
Okay, so if we look at classic liberalism, which is rooted, in its roots, it emphasizes individual liberty, limited government, a free market, and universal human rights, or so they say this. So we think about progressivism, they're used interchangeably when we think about these two things. Progressivism focuses on systemic reform, and this is used to address inequalities, often between like the Black community, Hispanic culture, things like this. It's often prioritized as like a collective well-being over individual liberty. So when you talk about liberalism, it's more individualized. If we talk about progressivism, that ideology is for like a systemic reform. So I think, to me, I don't know if you guys agree with me, but that's the distinction that I'll make for that.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, that
sounds good.
That sounds about right. But you know what's funny though is when you read the definition of like classic liberal or classical liberalism, it kind of coincides with the definition of what modern day conservatism is.
Yeah, I think to some degree, but here's the problem with this. There's a conflation because you'll hear liberals say, oh, I'm progressive in my ideals. Well, it's progressive the other way. So if you progress towards anything else, what does that term mean? It means to have an advancement. Now, it's the same conversation we had about conservatism. Now, what are you conserving? We could conserve negative values or positive values. When you progress, could you progress towards something better for society or worse? I think that a lot of progressives have blue hair, right? Coincidentally, a lot of progressives like to visit Planned Parenthood a lot of times. They think that this is a progressive ideal. Now, if you're talking about a progressive, I think the best argument or the best way to like give a distinction is to ask them what their core beliefs are as far as like laws, culture, things like this. That's a more of a comprehensive discussion to have.
Okay, so then if you ask them what their core beliefs and what their views on laws and stuff like that are, then what do you think some answers would be that would give you an indication of whether they would be more liberal or more progressive? Like, what would be some examples of what a left-leaning person would say if you were to ask them what their core beliefs and views are that would give you an indication of whether they were liberal or progressive?
I'm glad you asked. So one of the things that they'll ask for, let me go ahead and hone my inner Shaniqua. Girl, you know me, I like to visit Planned Parenthood. I don't like this because Tyrone knocked me up. He know he was supposed to nut me last night. And when he did that, girl. Anyways, I like my options. I think Tyrone's better for me. That's why when I went to Planned Parenthood, I let him nut me Tuesday. So I think if we want to keep these rights open and keep everything available so that way everybody has the freedom that they want to say is available, I think that it's an overcorrection. Whenever they're spouting nonsense, that's an overcorrection and encroachment onto, I would say, men's rights. To me, that's what espouses liberalism. And I'll break this down to you real quick and make this fast. I think that if you're trying to basically delete my kid at Planned Parenthood and say that I don't have a say-so, to me, that's indicative of like something that's leaning towards those laws, those liberal belief systems. It's not really equality. They say that's equality when really, if I don't have a say-so in the matter, that's not equality. That's one-sided feminism that's under the guise of equality.
Okay. So based on that example, how I'm looking at it as more of there's not really a difference between the two, because I'm just listening to the perspectives that are being presented, right? And so if I'm taking the information that I'm being given, I'm really looking at this I'm really looking at this as there's not really a difference, because I look at the liberal aspect of it. You said it's more of on the individual side, right? Individual liberties and stuff, right? So yeah. If the liberal ideology is focused on individual liberties and the progressive ideology is more of on the systemic side, well, you could put those two together and say that the progressive side agrees with a lot of what the liberal side says.
Well, what we're talking about is like overlap, and we need to like talk about the threshold breakers that I just named right now. So when it comes down to individual rights, to me, it's like no longer individual if you're encroaching on another person's rights, meaning like my rights are deleted as soon as you walk into a Planned Parenthood. To me, I'm like, that's individual rights, but I think that there can be overlap between my liberalism saying that I should have my individual rights. But do you understand that if we allow one person to do this, everybody should be able to do this? And that's where progressivism takes over. And they're saying, well, you should have everybody abide by this law, because if we can't have one person enjoy this, then everybody should be able to delete their baby just the same. So they work hand in hand.
Yeah, go ahead, Mark.
This goes back to this is really important for me to say, because this goes back to what I was trying to say about hijacking of words. Yeah. So I think when we talk about progressivism, yeah, progressive, like, so they would argue, or people on the left might argue, that abortion rights is a form of progress, yeah? But people on the right would completely disagree with that, right? And they would see it a form of regression. They would say, no, that's barbaric. That's like going back in time, not forward in time. You're not progressing, you're going backwards. But they conflate it with a form of progress. Whereas, how about we look at like the conservative form of progressivism, where they might look at something like digital technology, or, you know, the mobile phones that we have built, you know, through the digital infra, or whatever you want to call it, right? So there are different types of progressivism, I think, but it's like I say, I think that the left have hijacked the word to make it out that regression is a form of progression. That's what I think. So that's why I had to intervene, because you're right. I'm agreeing with what you're saying. I don't think the concept of abortion rights, in my opinion, is a form of progress. But liberal left-wing ideologues certainly would argue the case that it is. It's a form of liberation, and that it gives people the rights to bodily autonomy. That's what they would argue, surely.
I think it's all bad because I don't think that these words are being hijacked. More or less, it's their intention behind it. Because if I give you fire, you can either determine to burn the shit down out of my house, or you can use it to cook food for a village of like 50 people. So it's just a tool that people are using, a vehicle, I would say a vector of like transporting propaganda onto the masses. It's how you use the word. So whenever they're using progressive, they're saying other things like advancement or even like moving forward, things like this. That's all it means. It's just the intention behind it that warps it. So I don't think there's much of a distinction between liberalism and progressivism because there's also going to be overlap. It's just the intention of how they use this and what ideology they're using this to achieve what outcomes. They're the ends to a mean.
Yeah, so that sounds
Sure, 'cause I see-
that sounds kind of like what I said earlier. Because if the liberal part of it is focusing on individual liberties, well, guess what? Individuals in turn make up a collective, right? And that collective will then push to change systemic ideals. But
you understand how they're on the same side when I say that? It's almost part and parcel. You can't almost have progressivism without having liberalism nowadays. It's almost hard to divorce the two. So I think you're agreeing with me when you say that, right, Anonymous?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's why I wanted to pose the question, like, what's the difference? Because it all seems the same to me, but at the same time, I'm not the smartest person in the world. Maybe I'm missing something. So that's why I wanted to open up the question and see if there's some other perspectives that could help me understand something that I may not have seen.
They're the same, but it's like talking about money. When we talk about money, then you bring up crypto. It's all the same shit when we think about it. They're all exchanges, but it's like, but what kind of money are we talking about? Are we talking about pennies? Are we talking about like liquid currency, like dollar bills? Are we talking about checks being signed, credit cards, like digits in a system? So it's like, they're both the same thing. It's like, to what are we going to call this? What label are we going to call this? That's all I'm going to say. It's the same thing. It's just little metrics and semantics. That's all we're digging at right now. It's just semantics.
Okay. All right. Anybody else got anything on that one?
Nah, they got it.
All right. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and move on to the next question. The next question is, what's the difference between libertarian and conservative? Anybody can chime in on that one. What's the difference between libertarian and conservative?
I'm waiting on Mark to say this because he's in the hub of the UK. That's what he wants, right? Or I'm just assuming.
I don't know. We're going to see. Tizzle, Coley, y'all got anything? What's the difference between libertarian and conservative? Y'all can look it up if you need to. That's fine.
I'm just waiting right now because I always have an answer. I'm trying to give him a chance right now. I'm trying to be nice.
I don't know. I'm not answering this. I don't know. I don't know the answer to the question, and I don't want to cheat by looking it up because it feels unfair. I'd much rather hear what everyone else has to say.
That's honorable. I like that because I know at least that's your opinion that you're forming instead of something else from an algorithm.
Yeah, I try to be honest too, as far as that, because it's like we, cause like really, if you think about it, if you go to the beginning of the broadcast to the icebreaker, we kind of talked about being a liberal, good or bad, and it's a conservative being good or bad or whatnot. So
I have an answer. I'm just going to say this because I don't think anybody really can answer this right now. I'm assuming, by the way, I could be wrong about this. So I talk to a guy regularly sometimes, and I battle with this guy on podcasts. We've had a debate together with me and Andrew Wilson's debated him before. So here's the thing, though. He's a staunch libertarian, I believe. So with his ideals, he's emphasizing individual liberty as the powder dusty is, right? Above all else. So he's advocating for minimal government intervention, things like this, right? And also like both in his personal and economic life, we could say this, but he wants to coom. He says everybody should coom no matter what, but he sounds like one of us, but at the key heart of the issues, he's not one of us because he wants anybody to coom. He believed that corn should be available for anybody else, just like saying individual liberty above yours or above all. So when we think about conservatism, that focuses on tradition, right? not only tradition, but like social stability, preserving established institutions that we've had. And to me, definitionally, a tradition is an experiment that was proven successful over a period of time, right? So the values and cultural norms are things that we want to preserve. This is also conservatism. Libertarianism doesn't give a damn about this. They're like, oh, my freedom above all else. This is advocating for minimal government, things like this, free markets. And I agree with this. So there's a more of a broad spectrum that libertarians look at this. You know, everybody should do whatever they want with exception to outcomes. You're stupid if you turn out to be a prostitute. I don't care about that. Conservatives care about outcomes, whereas libertarians, they don't care about that. It's about me.
Right. Hey, so Marte, real quick. I went over on your YouTube channel because I got a tab open and I got your stream open, and I actually put the link to join the panel in your chat because there's somebody there that wants to pull up. The Nazinga Harris. I tagged her. She said she didn't see the link, but I put the link in your chat. So if you don't mind pinning it to the top of your chat so people can see it.
Yeah, I'll do it. Let me open up a tab. I'll go to my YouTube channel right now.
Yeah. No problem, brother. No problem.
Hopefully I answered that question a little bit better.
Oh, it sounded pretty good. I just want to get some other people's opinions on what's going on.
Last time.
Pushing.
Lost sound. I'll be back in a minute.
All right.
Okay. I think I can finally chime in now.
Yeah, go ahead, Coley. You got it, bro.
Whew. And I really hope I'm not making an idiot out of myself when I say it. Okay, so liberals care about harm and fairness versus conservatives care about loyalty and authority, pretty much. You know what I'm saying? Like that. That's the definition that they're given and whatnot. Conservatives, they care more about like what's been going on in this country, staying true to the traditions and all that, and all that stuff, and make sure that nothing changes with that, versus liberals. They care about they care about everything being fair and all that stuff. But see that's the thing I don't like about liberals, because you have this fair and balanced thing going on with them. Not trying to quote Fox News, but that's what they're all about, fair and balanced. Like I think the conservatives are being more so for the people versus the liberals. Like, they don't really give a damn. Like, if I don't know if that makes sense, but that's one taken from it.
Okay, so when you look at the two definitions of those words that you just shared, which one do you think would be more beneficial to society?
If done the right way, excuse me. If done the right way, conservatives. Because being a libertarian, or have you pronounced that?
Yeah, libertarian.
Yeah. Like being that they are going to it's going to be like a caring / kin world, versus you being a conservative. You actually trying to see, okay, what the people want or need for this country, and what could be more beneficial to us, so that way we could get our country somewhat back to normal again. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I think as far as that's concerned.
All right, so Tizzle, what you got, man? What do you think the difference between libertarian and conservative is?
I feel like it's like almost the same what Coley said, to be honest. And when I think about conservative with the loyal shit, all I can think about is loyalty is everything. That's when it comes to friends, kind of relationships, anything in general. That's how you could get real far ahead when it comes to the future, like with business wise, or anything you trying to pursue. Oh, there go Mark. He's back. I thought he was up in here. But yeah, that's
Yeah,
that's
I
what
thought I'd lost you. I thought I'd lost you all for a minute there. I was having internet problems.
Oh,
No,
okay.
you are good. You are good, fam. But yeah, I
Must be that
definitely
speech law over there. Okay, that's
For real.
fine.
He probably ain't lying.
for real.
Yeah,
But
you
I-
probably said a lot of bad words over there. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, you know, I want to slow down a little bit, Mark.
The internet police shutting me down.
Yeah. for
So,
real.
so real quick though, I want to make an announcement. So I pinned the link in my tab. So if anybody wants to, I forgot her name, but if she wants to join, she can go ahead and click the link. By the way, also RX Relentless, I made you my one and only bodyguard, top tier, S tier, God tier moderator for my chat. You're the only one on my channel. So if anybody says anything that's antichrist or going to take my channel out, boot them. You have supreme authority. That's
You
it.
heard.
There you go.
Bang, bang, bang.
Straight up.
Yeah, so I just want to give a big shout out to everybody that's watching. We got about 50 people watching. Shout out to y'all.
Word up.
Bang, bang.
Yo, can I just say something? Can I just say something before we go? Are we done now? Yeah.
No, not yet. Not yet.
Oh, no.
We
Oh,
didn't even get to the main event yet, man.
oh, okay, fine. Let's
So
carry
yeah,
on.
if you're new to the channel, make sure you get a stream a like, share with a couple of your friends. Make sure you follow everybody on their social media sites. And if you got something specific or you want to join in on the live chat, click the link in the chat and pull up to the panel. All right, so we are going to keep this thing pushing on. But before we move on, Mark, what do you want to
Did he freeze up? Did Anonymous freeze up on his own shit? That's
Oh,
crazy.
no.
No, I didn't.
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
You were
okay.
standing still for a little bit. I was like, and then you were
Well, no,
quiet.
Well, no, because I'm looking. I said, did Mark have anything he wanted to say? And then he didn't say anything.
Oh, those.
Oh
crickets
no,
were
sorry,
loud.
no, I didn't have nothing to say. No. Well, I'll save it all to the end.
Okay. All
Are
right.
you sure? I don't want your porch to get cold during this whole podcast. So.
I just wanted to say, right at this stage, I'll say it. I'll say it. At this stage, even though we've had like some debates and headbutts and disagreements, overall, like I respect all of you guys. I've met you a couple of times. I really like you, Marte. I really like you, Tizzle. I really like Coley. I really like you, Mr. Anonymous. I think you're all decent people. So I just want to make that clear, because even though I like to butt heads, and I think me and Marte have butted heads a couple of times, overall, I've got a lot of respect, and I don't think we're really disagreeing for the most part, if that makes any sense. I wanted to say that, so perhaps now was the right time to say it.
All right. All right. So now, before we get into the main event, which is the topic of the show, I actually have a bonus question for the panel.
Uh-oh.
Are ready? Here it is. Could you see yourself getting married to someone with opposite political views as yours?
Oh, no. Anonymous,
Bro.
why did you do this to me?
Could you see yourself getting married to someone with opposite political views as yours?
You ready to
I
deal
used
with-
to I used to not care about politics. Yeah, I only got involved in politics in the last sort of not many years of my life. Right before that, I was floating through life like blasé, very ignorant, in ignorant
Blasé,
bliss.
blasé,
I didn't
blasé.
really fully understand. So back then, had I got married many years ago, I would have probably married someone not even fully understanding their political choices. Do you know what I mean?
Shout out to Future.
In today's era now, I'm finding we're having to literally try to say, oh, are you left wing? Are you right wing? And man, I think that it's very difficult, because I know people in relationships that are like you've got like a right wing partner on one side and a left wing partner on another, and they seem to do okay together, don't they? They seem to, like, opposites sometimes work well together. But in today's era, I don't think that I could ever possibly marry someone that was going to constantly bitch and whinge. Oh, sorry, moan and whinge and you know what I mean? Every 5 minutes over every simple thing.
Why you gotta do that? Why you gotta do that?
I'm sorry, I've got a really bad tongue on me. I need to learn to curtail it.
I'm fucking with you. I'm fucking with you, pal. I'm fucking with you.
You about as equivalent as a sailor. Oh, I used to be one. So, but no.
All right. So, Mr. Tizzle,
what up?
Could you see yourself getting married to someone with opposite political views as yours? What you got?
I'm just, this is my opinion and my opinion only. Y'all can roast me later. I really don't give a fuck. I take it all in. Like hot boxers be taking punches. I feel like you can only if you ready to, like what Mark said, only if you ready to deal with the bullshit and the arguments. But I believe that marriage is not for the weak, but also I believe that everybody should have a peace at the same time. So like I would, but personally, I mean, for the other people, no. Like if you know realistically you can't handle doing an argument, or you gotta agree to disagree, or you know, there's always gotta be some bullshit to the side, then absolutely not. Because I'm not currently married now, but it's had come to situations like while I'm talking to my partner, and then like it come to a point like I would say something, but then they disagree on it, and then I come to the point I'll be like, okay, well, that might be true, but I agree to disagree. And that's just how I gotta be. You know, like not everybody gonna have the right answer as you do, or not everybody gonna believe what you believe. That's just life in general. It's just like not everybody gonna like the same taste of clothes how you like, or the same taste in women. Like I hate to say that, but like, you know, everybody got a different preference or something. I guess you could say everybody got a different at looking at shit in life. If I'm explaining that right, that sounds right.
Okay. All right, Mr. Marte.
Yo, he needed a whoop for that one.
Oh man, I appreciate you.
All right, so Mr. Marte, I saw you shaking your head when I first asked the question, so I'll ask it again. Could you see yourself getting married to someone with opposite political views as yours? What you got, brother?
This couldn't happen in any sense of the word, in any kind of, I would say, even an ideal. This couldn't even happen because we wouldn't even get to this conversation. The reason why is because although that I'm fundamentally steadfast in my ideology, as well as like, I would say the Byzantine flag behind me, I would say that there's a strong correlation with my religious values and beliefs to politics. So if I think about this, if she can't, because choosing a political party is like choosing a religion, right? You have to be firm, fair, and consistent. Otherwise, you end up like my boy over here eating tuna salad or whatever gross shit they eat in England. But this is the thing, though, back to my whole point. I think that mainly you want somebody that's going to be on your side and be in a supportive role. You want a wife as a helpmate. They're not going to help you at all if they are helping the other side, the opposition. If you're in a house and she's canceling your vote, meaning I voted for Trump and she voted for Harris, nobody in that household voted at all. So not only this, but core belief systems like ABs, when I go to Planned Parenthoods, things like this, as far as like what we want, fundamentally, this boils down to legislation, what laws we want to pass for our household and what future we want our children to live in. To me, it's like you're going to have a civil war happen ideologically. There's a war that happens in America's homes right now, because if she's a liberal and she has blue hair, we could say, yeah, that's a preference, but also that's a red flag if she's also got a septum ring, because she's not going to vote for Trump at all. This is me. I could be making this up as I say, but let's be honest here. I want my vote to count, and I don't need to be in the same household with somebody that counsels their vote. If I believe in force doctrine and she believes that rights just are some tangible thing that has a taste, color, or flavor, and I believe that they don't exist because men have to grant women their rights, I think that we're going to be ideologically incompatible. This will never happen in any sense of the word. I can't even imagine this happening. Won't even happen. It's like water and fire.
Okay. All right, Mr. Coley, could you see yourself getting married to someone with opposite political views as yours? What you got, bro?
2 words. Hell no. Because that is like that is like asking for that is like me asking a chick to go ahead and light my house up with kerosene or gasoline. Like I could like, don't get me wrong, I can handle all kinds of differences. What clothes you want to wear, what restaurant you want to go, what restaurant you want to go eat out at, or whatever. Even though that's going to take about 30 minutes before you finally decide where to go. Who takes up more of the bed? Who snores at night? Whatever. But when it comes to politics, like I said at the top of the show, I'm not really a politics person. I tend to steer away from it because that is a huge sensitive button, just like how religion is a huge sensitive button. You know what I'm saying? So I try so on that particular part, I try to keep peace. But if someone is so heavy, but if there's someone that is trying to get with me, but they are so heavy in politics to the point to where it's overbearing, I gotta do like the MTV show and say next.
Hey Coley, hey, I got something for you just for that.
Oh, what's that?
Y'all didn't hear that?
Oh no, what you do?
Yeah, I heard your silence, which was beautiful, man. It was amazing. Let me hear that again, by the way.
Hold on.
What was that?
That was Kanye West. It was just because we was talking about the topic. All I could think about, we was talking about women, and it's more.
I think I'm gonna log out, guys. I think I'm gonna log out because I've got some food sat right here. I'm trying to eat and multitask and stuff, and I need to sort myself out. But yeah.
All right, Mark.
And chill. Thank you once again, everyone. Thanks to I've enjoyed it, and peace out, everyone. Have a good one.
We'll see you in the next one.
Well, be sure to add me up, everyone here, including you, Marte. I'm already added up, I think, with Coley and Mr. Tizzle there. Add me up, Marte. I'm already following Marte as well, and I've watched a couple of his debates. I find them quite interesting.
Yeah, y'all know where to
anyway,
find me.
peace out, everyone.
All my socials on my YouTube channel and my info. Maybe I should add my Discord on there next.
Yeah, I'll be
me.
posting everybody's info in the comment section.
Thanks for letting me sharpen my tools on you, Mark. I appreciate destroying your worldview occasionally. So,
I enjoy it, man. I honestly do. I know, maybe sometimes you trigger me a little bit, and I rise to the occasion. But I realize, it's all in good jest, and I realize what you're trying to do, and I know where you're coming from a good place. I know you're not really trying to be.
Yeah, he's the professional rage better. This is professional.
Wait, I'm not a professional.
Right, absolutely, and I enjoy it, and I take a lot of pleasure. Yo, take it easy, everyone.
Yeah,
Yo, I forget how to leave again. How do I leave?
All right, Mark.
I got you.
Do you want me to show you to the front door?
I got you.
I do that quite often.
Was it something I said?
They didn't Uncle Phil him. They jokered him.
Yeah,
that motherfucker Batman said.
No, but so back to the topic. I think that there's very nuanced instances where that can work.
Oh, I'd love to hear this.
Okay. I'd love to hear this answer.
Hold on.
Go ahead, Anonymous.
Hold on. Look, I got this ready. So let's go.
Nah.
I've seen it. I've seen it. And as a matter of fact, I've actually experienced it firsthand, not from the marriage side, but from a boyfriend-girlfriend side. So
you mean a temporary side? Go ahead though.
Yeah.
That literally implodes your whole argument. But go ahead, continue.
No, but just hear me out though. So a little bit of background. I wasn't always conservative. I used to be liberal. Believe it or not. Yeah, I used to be a liberal, and I found myself at this crossroads where I was questioning a lot of my beliefs and trying to figure out how I came to the conclusions that I came to, and a lot of it I couldn't answer those questions. So I started doing research and stuff like that and started piecing things together, and which led me to becoming more conservative. So I say that to say this. I've dated liberal women before that didn't know I was conservative, but see, the way I do it is I never outright say it, right? So I have conversations with them to try to gauge their worldview, kind of like what Marte does. And all I do is I just ask them questions to try to understand how they got to the conclusions that they got.
So
right?
you basically trying to understand them before they understand you.
Exactly. And so a lot of what happens is when you question people enough, you're just peeling back the layers of their mind to figure out, is there logic there or is there not logic there? And 9 times out of 10, when you're dealing with liberal people, they tend to not have logic behind their understandings. So I say that to say this.
All I can think about was when Marty and Mark was having that one talk last week on the podcast. It had me rolling.
That's what I'm saying. So I say that to say this. So me being a conservative man, I understand the hierarchy of how relationships are supposed to go, with the man being the leader and the woman being the follower, right? So with that being said, women, whether they're liberal or conservative, they're all attracted to the same things typically, right? They're attracted to a man that stands firm in his beliefs, that has some backbone, knows what he wants, and has a sense of direction and has a sense of purpose, right? So I can attract liberal women to understand me and follow me without me even having to tell them that I'm conservative. Now, it gets interesting when they start to ask questions and when their curiosity gets piqued.
Yeah, you're lying, because motherfuckers do like to be curious, real curious.
Right. And so some of my exes from the past have since come back, and we still talk here and there, and a lot of them have since become conservative, and some of them still, we engage back and forth or whatever. We give each other a hard time. But I think what it boils down to is whether a woman is a liberal or a conservative, they can at least respect you for having a solid foundation and not wavering. So I think that in some cases it can work if the man is the conservative and the woman is the liberal, but then the nuance comes when it comes to their individual beliefs and what they believe in, right? So I don't think that a conservative man will go well with a liberal woman if she's pro-abortion. Like if that's her identity,
Shakira,
it's not going to work. But there are gray areas where women that are on the liberal side are open to having their views challenged, and they're also open to having their minds changed.
So I think what you're talking about is milquetoast women who are like run of the mill line. I think the middle of the road, like Mark's, like those type of women. If you have like a female version of Mark, I do believe I could bring her over to this side. But here's the thing though, attraction metrics like has to do with a lot with this. And when I say attraction metrics, I'm talking about if she's really attracted to you, really admires you and looks up to you, it's going to be easier to conform her, especially to your side, especially if she's like a middle of the road centrist. Like we could definitely do that. Now, you brought up something like deleting kids. Like I understand that, but here's the thing though, I'll even push even further on this. You say like a liberal man or a conservative woman, whatever this, like, or a conservative man and a liberal woman. Let's just say that.
Yeah.
The reason why I say it's temporary is because wait until you have kids. Like, let's say she doesn't delete your kids, she has her kids, but these kids' belief systems are going to have to be converted to one side or another. When you handle the kids, whatever the teacher comes and says, hey, my teacher told me that I'm a girl today. It's like, so all this right here is just division waiting to happen, in my opinion, because once you have kids, now all of a sudden civil wars can happen, things like this. My kid, you're like this, and in that individualistic language, instead of saying our kids, turns to my kids, and then they start weaponizing culture in the household, kids, and everything else, and then you start understanding, damn, I should have been with a conservative woman.
Hey, but what's crazy though, I'm glad you said that because it seemed like for some reason when you had kids, that's who you know from either sides what's their true intentions and what the true character is. Because you got some motherfuckers that had kids, like you said, right, and they'll be on some shit like "fuck my baby daddy, he was a piece of shit," this and all that, yada yada. And that don't really be the case. Sometimes it be man, I heard they really be trying to look out for their child, but it's how the society is and what motherfuckers get influenced by, especially the women who don't even got shit they self together. Like I was just saying like hours ago, they try to influence motherfuckers to have something bad in their life. And then later on, as they get older and they raising this kid, they wonder why they can't keep a sustainable man because how they put themselves out there. Now you can tell me if I'm right or wrong, but that's just how I be seeing shit.
That's why I think politics is extremely important, because if you're a conservative and your woman is liberal, like that's why I told Anonymous Base, that's why I think it's a temporary setup, because all you have, Anonymous, because of your examples, I'm going to use your anecdotes. You're talking about people that were playing house for a bit. That's all you were doing, because if you didn't get married, you're just playing house. And we'll see how it works, because playing house isn't really that serious, right? Because anybody could leave. You don't really have like any stake in the game because there aren't kids present yet. You haven't tied the knot, things like this. But once you tie the knot, once you have kids and there needs to be business decisions made, who's moving money for what, the equity needs to go into what, like I want to buy the $3,000 dress. No, that's really ridiculous because I need to conserve funds because I'm a conservativist, like all the way around, even as an absolutionist. Like I think that this goes down to the kids, the tradition you want to set, the culture in the household. So to me, I think if you want to set the bar, she has to really admire you if she's a conservative or a liberal, and then be a fence sitter or somebody that's willing to follow your lead. If she's not, if she's a staunch liberal and she's like, nope, I'm definitely Kamala Harris, but we can be together, you're going to have some problems.
And see, it was funny. You're 100% right when you say that, but here's where it gets a little nuanced and tricky, right?
Wait, hold on. What if they parents? I ain't mean to cut you up. What if they? So say like, say if y'all say you and the couple both liberals, right? But what if her parents the opposite, or what if your parents the opposite?
They're gonna, so the parents are polarizing the relationship and actually strengthening your bond, because I find often that if Anonymous Base was like somebody that was secular and he wasn't a Christian, but then I tried to quote unquote Bible thump and say, have you heard about the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ? You need to conserve. This is what we need to do. Come over to our side, brother. This is where you need to go. And I'm telling him what to do. I'm actually pushing him further away from Christianity if I try to sell him Bibles and do all this other stuff. There's a certain way that we have to do that. Now, if Anonymous Base admires me a whole lot, I'm not trying to make anything homo here, by the way. I'm just saying as a friend, he admires me a lot. He respects me as a pro athlete. He says, man, I like this guy because he gets results every time he gets out in society. And not only this, but women love him. Kids love him. And I think that not only that, but I think that his ideology is better for the world. He's going to map this onto him. And he's going to say, this is why I have good friends, because whenever I have good friends, I pick up good habits from them. This is another reason why you don't want somebody that's liberal in your household, because somebody's going to adopt the pattern recognition behaviors of somebody else. Whenever they have habits, they end up basically, I would say, projecting themselves onto you as far as this, and you end up converting another person. So if you have two people from two different sects, whether or not you're blood or Crip, and you live in the same household, that eventually, like 2 years from now or a year from now, that's either going to be a blood household or a Crip household, not like a half and half household.
All right, so Tismo, what were you saying, brother?
Oh, he had to go off camera for a second, but he'll be back.
Okay, so what I was gonna say was where it gets a little nuanced and tricky is this. It all depends on if you have a strong father in the household. Now, the only way and the only reason that these ideologies are able to divide the families and the households and society the way they are is because the strength of the man is being suppressed. The strength of the man is being suppressed. Now, what's interesting is we all understand that strong fathers keep daughters off of stripper poles and they keep their sons out of jail. And that typically stems from having some sort of conservative foundation. So even though the kids might be liberal to a degree and go against their parents or whatever, at some point the kids are going to remember the solid foundation and the teachings of the fathers, even though they grow up and do their own thing, right? Even if I get married to a liberal woman and she has her beliefs and I have my beliefs, I'm still looking at I got to do what I got to do to maintain a strong household. So if she decides she wants to leave, hey, the show's going to go on. Just like I could marry a conservative woman and we could come to not see eye to eye on something and we have our differences and she could decide to leave. She could decide to leave me whether she's a liberal or a conservative. But for a better outcome, it would be better for me to get with a conservative woman. But all I'm saying is I have seen instances where it does work, but would I recommend it? Probably not.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend it at all. Like that's just
now if you
asking
flip
for
it, right. But if you flip it, it's guaranteed to fail. If you have conservative woman and liberal man, that's not going to work. That's definitely not going to work because the man is not going to be acting in his leadership role. Whereas at least if it's a conservative man and a liberal woman, the man is operating in his natural role, regardless of whether he has a follower or not. But if you flip it, you have the liberal man and the conservative woman, and the conservative woman is acting in her natural role as the follower, but she's in a relationship without a leader. You see what I'm saying? That's where the differences are drastic, in my opinion.
Okay.
Y'all got anything for that?
I think that when you have a patriarchal structure, that's fundamentally better and that's sound, and that's what you want. Because if you think about rights in the household and rights in society, men give women rights. There's no way around this. Rights don't exist unless men give women rights. So if you think about this in any construct, even culturally, like we could try to make this up as we go, but egalitarianism is an illusion. This can never exist in any realm of reality. That's why I think that when you have women in police force, I would say women in the military, things like this, it ends up disenfranchising these sects in these communities as far as like corporations of force. When you think about this, it actually makes more of a liability. So if you have a man that's leading a household and his neighbor gets into an argument with him, but let's switch this. Let's say you have the woman leading the household and she says, no, you're not dumping your dog shit in my yard every day, right? And then she and the neighbor get into an argument and it's going to end up physical, right? At some point, the cops are going to take their time getting there. Maybe let's say 5 minutes, right? 5 minutes is a long time in an altercation that a minute could erupt into a physical altercation. You'd rather the man be in that position because he's better at defending the right of whatever else, the rights that people believe in that household. So like, let's say me and you get into an argument, Anonymous, right? And I say the sky's red, you have 50 people behind you and you say that the sky's blue, and I beat the shit out of you. All I did was convert your 50 people. Now I have 100 people believing in me. What color is the sky? And that's my point. Right. I think that in order to keep a system in the house or a belief system, you have to back this by some kind of force. And you have to
allowed to press charges too if he want to.
Well, yeah, but you're using another force of men. You're using another societal force.
Yeah, I get your argument.
If I were you, I'd keep those eyes closed. Cause I'm gonna play Monster Reborn. You what? Now I'll bring back a monster. It's the same one I just sent to your graveyard.
My blue eyes! Yeah, man, I knew you could do it. Now that was impressive.
All right, so we got an additional panelist. Goes by the name of Emmett.
Word. We got the Bird ASMR in the building. I appreciate it.
The Bird ASMR. How's it going?
Yeah.
How you guys doing today?
Oh, we're doing great, man. How about
good, man? What about yourself?
The roll up a blizzard. How you doing?
I'm doing fine, but don't get used to me. You're probably gonna start spurring against me real soon.
Well, you hopped in. You hopped in at a really good time, man. So we're on the bonus question before we get into the main topic and the main event of the show. And the question is, could you see yourself marrying somebody who has opposite political views as yours? What you got on that? You don't think so?
Absolutely no.
Absolutely not. Why not?
Well, there's different reasons why, but mainly the first one would be that there must be a way in which we can decide things together. And if we disagree, there must be somebody who is the person that is gonna make the final decision. And if we believe we are equal, for example, with a person that is a feminist, then there's no way we can get to that point we need to be able to have the concession before marriage that the person who's going to make the final decision is, in this case, going to be me.
Okay, so I'll give you an example. So in a dynamic where you have conservative man, liberal woman, who's the final decision maker?
The man.
The man. It's always going to be the man.
Okay, so let's flip it. Liberal man, conservative woman. He sees things as egalitarian, but she wants to divert to the man's authority. Who's the final decision maker?
It would still be the man.
Even if he wants to do things egalitarian?
Well, as I said, the problem would be that at that point, let's say that they both disagree. And it's an important decision in their life. It's something that you cannot continue the relationship without making this decision. Right? Somebody has to make the decision at the end of the day. And the thing is, it's always going to be the man because he needs to have the authority to make this kind of decisions.
Okay, so I'm a liberal man. I'm dating a conservative woman. I think that we should be equal and both share that decision making power. Now what?
Yeah, you two disagree. She says that no, you are going to make the decisions.
Yeah, but I made the decision that we're both going to make the decision.
Yeah. Well, this is a
We're
worldview difference.
we're gonna split the power down the middle. That's my decision as the liberal man. Now what?
Now what? Well, if I was the woman, I would leave you because that was the most cock decision ever.
So then you're not following my lead, then, are you?
I don't have to unless you're married.
Don't start women. Don't follow the lead.
If I were to be a woman, if I were to marry a guy like that, at that point, I fucked up. You know, it's like, oh, I fucked up. And I have to accept it.
like Tony Montana, you fucked up, man.
Yeah, I fucked up.
I'm just giving you a hard time, man. I already knew the answer. I'm just giving you a hard time.
No, it's totally okay. I know the worldview is kind of complicated in those kind of situations. Like you can say that that's a contradiction. But the problem is not in that specific instance. The problem is, let's say that you have a job, and let's say that both of you lose your jobs, and you don't have anything at that point. Who is the person that's gonna go out to try and make a living? That is the question.
The man.
And at that point, it's like, you don't, even if you have let's say that your wife made a lot of money before. Now she's not doing it. You're in the house. You both have a problem that has to be solved right now. Who is the one that's gonna be seen as the responsible one that needs to be out finding whichever way possible to make a living? And the answer is always going to rely on the man, because that is the position that he is on. And it doesn't matter how much feminism or egalitarianism you have on. She and society and fellow men and everybody's gonna look at you at that point. It's like, hey, put on your pants, go out. That's what they're gonna say, every single one. And I even believe you would say that to yourself.
Yeah,
because that's the way. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Because like I was saying earlier, I used to be a liberal guy, and then like I said earlier, I found myself questioning a lot of my beliefs. Like, where did I get this belief from? Where did I get this idea that it should be a woman's choice to do this and this and that? Like, her choices outrank mine.
It's kind of like what? It's
like,
kind of like when you begin
I just couldn't answer that question. You see what I'm saying? So then I started to think to myself, like, am I like a blind follower of something? Because I have these questions that I don't even have the answers to. And then when you try to backtrack to figure out where the information came from, it doesn't come from anything solid. So that's when I started to realize that I was just blindly following something that I didn't even understand. And then I started to really think, okay, well, if I don't change and try to have a better understanding of the course of my life, I could end up going down a path that I can't return from, or that I can't be. So
it's kind of like hearing yourself talk.
It's really deep.
It's humility, right? You need to be able to humble yourself to a point in which you're saying, how do I even know stuff? Where did I get this that I believe to be true? And I need to be able to kind of justify myself in this. And it's very hard to do that, especially when you are when you have like a belief system, it's extremely hard to go to that pain.
Yeah, so that's why I think that if you have a society of men where they're rooted and raised by TikTok and all these other cultural influences, and that's their epistemic foundation, which they have none, by the way, let's be honest, especially in secular societies, like, and you were to challenge their beliefs. Here's the thing, Emmett, I'll even preface this to you. I think that when you challenge people's beliefs, like Mark earlier when we had on the panel, because I believe he's a centrist, almost like I would say, what's his name? Dusty, right? So if we challenge their belief systems, I think that in order for them to change their mind, it would be a physically painful experience for them to convert to conservatism, where they're middle of the line, conditional. Maybe they'll be leftist one day and then right wing the next. So I think in order to change them, like, they have to watch podcasts like this. I think debates and discourse are extremely important. So that way at home, if they're sitting on the fence, we can then push them to one side that we want. I don't think that if I'm debating you, Emmett, I can convert you in real time. But what I can do is maybe plant seeds in a couple of people at home when they're watching this, and then convince them on why my logic is superior and why my optimal outcomes are better for society as a prescription.
All right. Sounds good. So does anybody else have anything on this bonus question about seeing yourself getting married to someone who has opposite political views as you?
Not really. I was just gonna add to what you said earlier, Anonymous. I was gonna say it's kind of like when you've been hearing yourself for a long minute, and then you just start to pick up and you think in your head like, damn, where do I get my attitude or my personality from? Do I get that shit from my mom or my dad?
Right. But see, there's other things and other factors that influence your personality and how you think. It's not just your home life or your upbringing. Like, there's outside factors too. And so I started really dissecting and digging deep into myself, because I was raised with a conservative foundation, but somehow I ended up having like liberal ideologies to things and agreeing with more of what the world says versus maintaining a good solid foundation with the religious and Christ-like upbringing that I was given. I found myself straying away from it a little bit. Does that make sense?
It makes sense. It kind of sounds like.
So I started to be on board with certain ideologies and certain agendas that now I'm looking at it like, wait a minute, this is crazy. And now it's like you really start to ask yourself a lot of questions like, how is it that I support this? But then you don't really have a basis for how you even got to support it in the first place. Like, you don't have a logical basis for why you support it. You're just blindly.
You ain't lying.
And I started to realize that with a lot of left-leaning ideologies, I was a blind supporter rather than being an informed supporter. And that was where I got it wrong. So when I started to really dig deep and start analyzing things on both sides, I'm looking at what do I align with more? What makes more logical sense to me, and what's going to help me as far as moving forward and setting up a solid foundation for how I want to raise future kids.
The real one to do that though, for real, because 99%, I could be wrong. Some people don't take the time to actually realize what the fuck they doing or saying is wrong. You, on the other hand, you actually taking the time and the effort and to really, do that. And I respect you for that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Anybody else? Y'all liberal, conservative? What's up? How did you come to the conclusions that you got to? You can give a brief background.
So me, I came to the conclusions I came to because of relationships. So I think that oftentimes when men have breakups in relationships, they'll think, where did I go wrong? You end up crying for the wrong girl, something happens, and you end up watching either content or you end up realizing that my path ends up being a repetitive, I would say a circular logic that ends up outplaying in like bad circumstantial outcomes that we see. So it's also circumstantial, but you realize that you're implicit on your own destruction when you start seeing patterns in your own life, saying that when I let this woman lead in a relationship or something like that, it always ends up being a failure. But when you start saying no, and women see this as like a assault for some reason, it's weird in society. When you start saying no and pushing back, women fondly actually like this, but they don't like it in its face, because if the woman's beautiful, she doesn't get told no often. But if you are to be able to say this and justify this, with probably like conservative values, things like this, and you can explain it to her, like it'll make sense. And next thing you know, this is the society we want, and you find that this is more successful, and the church lines up with this. So there's also the Christian lens that I'm looking at this from too. So I'm not like a outcome specialist as far as this. I'm just looking at this from a moral lens. So like what's also morally better for society too. So it's taken me a long time because I was also liberal just like you, but breakups taught me a lot, red pilled me a lot. Christianity red pilled me a lot too. And I'm not talking about the red pill community. I'm talking about like descriptors for society. Right. So that's my background. Yeah.
Hey, I don't know if it's just me, but you ain't never lied about that. I feel like might be my opinion. I feel like breakups hit different when you was young as hell and you didn't know better. And like you go back to it now as you old, and like you said, and anonymous, you think like, damn, what did I do wrong? Like you just sit there and think about that shit. Did you call for the wrong woman, or was they worth your time, or just shit like that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no lie about that, bro. No lie.
All right. So Coley, give a background. Give a little bit of a background. Do you see yourself as more of like liberal, conservative? Like, give a background of how you got to the conclusion that you got to.
Right. If I had to choose one, it'd probably be conservative because like I'm the type of person that likes to I love my peace. I love loyalty. When it comes to relationships, like once I get in one, I'm loyal to that particular one. I don't even think about going into temptation to cheat on who I currently got. Because if I'm locked into that person, I'm sticking to that person. That's my chocolate drop. You know what I'm saying? So, like, or like in a brotherhood sense, if I'm say like all of y'all my friends, Rich, all y'all are like and if I hear something going down or whatever, and if that's anyone in this group or whatever, guess what? I'm gonna hit you up in the inbox and say, hey, such and such happened or blah 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 blah. Now I'm gonna let you know about that joint. Rather if it's my place or not, or doing so, I'm going to. So like, I see myself if I had to choose one as a conservative. Like I just want to keep everything in peace. I want to keep everything in order. That's just how I am.
Okay, so you're saying that you see yourself as more conservative. Now we've known each other for a long time.
Oh yes, we have.
Yeah, we've known each other for a long time, and if my memory serves me, you were somewhat of a liberal at one point.
No, actually, let me correct that.
All right, go ahead.
Let me correct that.
You got it. Go ahead.
At the time, because I didn't look at myself as like liberal or conservative back then. It was more so Republican and Democrat.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Because like we had our talk. Because like, matter of fact, and I think one of the times was like we had like it was. I think it was during the election when Donald Trump. It was Donald Trump v. Hillary Clinton or whatnot.
Yeah.
And there were times where I would bring up, well, Trump's going to do this and da 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 da, and then you was like, well, Hillary's going to do this and da 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 da, but we was going at it all throughout the thing, but then as it ended up, Trump won.
Yeah.
And so and I ain't gonna lie.
Really
I didn't like the fact that Trump won at the time, but at the same time, as things progressed or whatnot, things were getting cool and better and stuff like that. So like if I had to do side tangent, if I had to do a comparison, I like the first term Trump versus the second term Trump. Because this second term Trump, like, what the hell is this? You know what I'm saying?
That's fair. All right, so Emmett, what you got, brother? You see yourself as more of like a liberal, conservative? You know, you can give a brief background.
Okay, so I was a full-blown liberal for a long time. It has to do with my upbringing. I believe in a lot of the ideas of scientism more than anything. That was what brought me up to the liberal framework. I had to review a lot of what I believe to be true, especially during my late 20s. And now I am a Christian monarchist that believes in the authoritative power of the state in order to have a good society, and that should be done under the framework of the church and of Christianity, pretty much.
Okay. All right. So I guess now that we got that out the way, now we are about to go ahead to the last question of the show and the main event. But before we do that, I just want to give a shout out to the 56 people that are watching in the chat.
Anonymous, did you ask me the same question or no?
Bang, bang.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like
You said what?
I said, did you ask me that same question or no?
Oh, about the, you know what?
Wait.
You know what? Yeah, that's my fault.
Stupid. Can I ask a question real quick?
No, you are good.
Go ahead.
I heard some. Tizzle, can you say ask again?
Ask.
No, Tizzle, don't help him out. Don't help him out. Tizzle.
I did. I just said ask. What you thought I said? Ask.
Oh, okay. One more time, just to be sure. Can you say ambulance for me?
Wait,
Can you say
what?
ambulance for me?
Can you say cockadoodly doo for me?
Cockadoodly doo. Can you say ambulance though?
Yeah, ambulance.
Oh my god. Ambulance? That's like, all right.
Everybody say words differently.
Ambulance. How do you spell that, by the way? How do you spell ambulance?
I don't know. Ambulance. Hey, everybody say words different. Just like some people say refrigerator instead of refrigerator.
I have a feeling that's where it was coming
You
to.
just confirmed everything that I know. Okay, let's continue.
Wait. How do you say gyro? You say gyro or you say gyro?
Wait, what?
I said, how do you say gyro? Do you say gyro or gyro?
What's up? What are you talking about?
He's talking about the food. He's talking about
food. The food, Mark. How do you say gyro? Do you say gyro or gyro?
The Greek gyro.
Yes, gyro. What? That's crazy.
Okay. How that's crazy?
Because literacy level in America is being exemplified and exposed right now before us in America on this panel. This is crazy. The comprehension level.
Marty, I hate to tell you, but it's been exposed. I feel like you kind of a little late to the party. It's been
just
exposed.
saying, hey, I know I'm late to the party, but hey, I like you a lot. I'm just saying, if I didn't say these things, I wouldn't, it wouldn't mean that I like it.
Hey, I respect it. I appreciate you for calling me out and all that shit. You feel me? I respect it.
All right, so real quick, we got an additional panelist. Shout out to, I don't know how you say your name, Nzinga or Nzinga?
Africans say Nzinga.
Zinga. Aaron.
Zinga's
God. Oh shit, she was in Black Panther right now. I better watch my tone right
now. For the look.
She got the vibranium fucking microphone right now. This is crazy. I gotta hear this. As long as you don't bring that Jada Pinkett swag with you, like we cool.
No, never.
Let's not talk about her goofy ass. Hey,
all I'm gonna say real quick is I'm really happy that the N is the silent one. Otherwise, it was gonna be really hard for me to say your name.
You could have called her Ninja.
No, don't call me
Ninja. Miss Harris.
Hey, let me see you try to do this.
No, I'm just gonna say Miss Harris. How you doing, Miss Harris?
Doing well. How are you?
Oh, he's trying to be safe tonight.
My boy's trying to play it safe.
He's trying to be safe today.
Hey, look, playing it safe is the best way sometimes.
All right, so Tizzle mode. So do you see yourself as more of like a liberal, conservative? Like, give us a background on how you got to the conclusion that you got to.
I'm definitely a white nationalist. I'm kidding.
I was
gonna say kind of based a little bit. Wait. I'll go Miss Uncle Ruckus over here.
No, I was having Tizzle go real quick.
Okay.
So I was saying, I'm pretty sure I probably did used to be a liberal at a time. You could say I'm wrong or not. I probably could be wrong. But it's like what Coley said with the conservative. If I'm saying that wrong too, I know I am. But I like to have my peace. I don't really like violence that much unless violence really gotta be necessary. But I feel like it's already enough violence and enough bullshit as it is, and it really gotta stop. But I feel like it's a possibility it's never gonna stop, especially with police brutality, gang violence, and other shit like that. So I'd rather be the conservative, to be honest.
Okay. So how do you say that you came to that conclusion? Like, what happened to you that got you to see things that way?
From what we've been talking about and also what I've been seeing on Facebook, I feel like, I don't know if it's just me, I feel like I've been seeing shit that kind of makes zero sense from like what I'm seeing. Like I was gonna say earlier, I don't know what the fuck state he in. I think he in Brazil or some shit, but he like a famous basketball player. And they trying to get this motherfucker literally the death penalty for just smoking weed. Like, what the fuck type shit is that? I thought weed was legal and then like society. Motherfuckers getting the death penalty over, like, come on now. Not only that, but also just like I said, the shit we've been talking about. Not only this, about the Cardi B and the Nicki Minaj situation at one time, about the last podcast we had, like I mentioned earlier when Marty and Mark was talking, you know, that shit kind of made me think different about life and I guess how I look at it. So I don't know. Like I don't know how to fully explain it. It's kind of like I guess what Marty would say is brain diarrhea. It's like I'm having so much shit in my mind that I'm trying to say, but it's so hard to say when you got so much shit in your head. But I still would pick conservative because I feel like it's on the right track.
Okay, that's all good. All right, so Miss Nzinga, I'm gonna go ahead and ask you the bonus question because you came in at a decent time. I don't want to exclude you, so I'm gonna ask you the bonus question. I'm pretty sure you've been watching the whole time and, you know, keeping up with the conversation, but I'm gonna ask you, could you see yourself getting married to someone with opposite political views as yours? What you got?
I've been watching as much as I can. I have 2 toddlers, so kind of off and on.
Okay.
But answer to that question is absolutely not. And I did not. I married a guy that's super based, Chad, and before we even met, we met online during 2020. And before we even met face to face, we would send these audio messages back and forth. And he was just railing against feminism and progressivism, gay marriage, and all of it. That is how we kind of came together. And so then when we met face to face, there was a physical attraction. Boom, boom, done. We got married and called it a day.
Based.
Okay.
It's so based.
Okay. So since you got married to a conservative guy, did you prior to that, would you say that you were more of a liberal or a conservative, or like what do you consider yourself as, and how did you get to that conclusion?
I was pretty conservative. I was involved in like Republican Party things. I worked for some right-leaning organizations. I actually worked for my state Republican Party. So I've been pretty conservative most of my life. Since being married and having children, I've only gotten more right-wing.
Okay. All right, cool. It sounds good. So it seems like all of us are on the same page in one form or another. We're just on different paragraphs and we got to the same page at different times in life. That's what's up, man. That's what's up. All right. Yeah. So if nobody else has any thoughts on that, go ahead and give a shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat and the 53 people watching.
Bang, bang.
All right,
Shit
so
like that. Shit like
now
that.
that y'all are still
Rock-a-bye, baby.
All stars
in the chat, so make sure you give the video a like. Send it to a couple of y'all's friends. Make sure you follow everybody on their social media sites, and if you want to join the panel, the link is in the chat. So we're about to move on to the main event and the topic of the show, and the question is: will the country ever unite and close the divide? Will the country ever unite and close the divide, liberal versus conservative? We're going to do this popcorn style, so anybody can chime in at any time.
So I'll start off. I'll say that the country can never unite, and I'll even offer one question, which I doubt anybody can really answer more than 5 answers to this. So if you can name, like, can anybody here name a law or a right that both conservatives and liberals would agree on? I doubt that. It's very few and far between, and it's extremely scarce when we think about this. So if you think about a house divided, about like even Zinga Harris even portrayed this poetically perfectly when she said the meeting of two minds coming together. The meaning of two minds coming together has to have production value. And when we talk about production value, this could be kids, the future of society that you wish to see and achieve. I don't think that we quite agree on a lot, so much that it's polarizing. That's why this will never happen, because if you're going to kill my offspring, I don't think that I don't think we can come to agreement on this, just for one example. So yeah.
Okay, so let me ask you a question about that then. So if you don't think that the nation can ever close the divide, then let me ask you real quick. So do you think that us being divided is necessary or not?
I don't think it's necessary. We always fight this all the time. Matter of fact, if you think about this, you wouldn't allow this in your relationship, but we allow this in our country. Illegal immigrants are staunchly advocating for entering our borders all the time. And what's that's causing? They're not adding to our country's traditions, our values, or our culture. They're actually taking away from this and causing more division. Look at UK. Mark was just in here, right? He talked about this. People are being arrested for free speech. So this is a division of thought that's coming into their country. I think this is added to the proliferation of bad thinking in their society, eroding their traditions that we have. So if, let's say, Nzinga got it with somebody that was liberal, guess what's going to happen? They're going to disagree on how the kids should be raised. They're going to fundamentally disagree on probably religion, other things like this. Our country does this, and I'm just offering microcosms. So I think that this will never happen. I mean, I can't think of a world where this will happen, where you can have a conservative like Emmett say that, okay, it's okay for you to off my kids at Planned Parenthood. Like, I keep going back to this because it's such an obvious example.
All right. Chisel, Coley, Emmett, Nzinga, what y'all got?
I'm gonna go next because because a commenter said something that I thought was very, very correct, which was America has no culture but capitalism. Dog eat dog. F you. I got mine. Consumerism and materialism. Like, yeah. So
damn.
That's false.
So to my answer, as lovely as that thought is for this country to unite, I don't think it ever going to be.
Well, I would like to go next real quick. So just to continue on Cooley, then I'll give my answer. First thing, America has a culture. Blues, all of the music that we normally hear has to do with culture. In fact, there's a lot of African-American culture that we can see, and it's being presented, especially, I like way more the old African-American culture than the new African-American culture, but there is a bunch of different, if you go all around the US, you will find different things and different places that have been built. One of them, for example, is the biggest thing ever that you find in the roads every single way. That's a very American thing. There's a lot of American traditions and things that have been even exported around the world. And I know this because I'm not American born, but I do believe in the idea of American exceptionalism in a sense, and I do believe that there is a lot of American culture. And what we see is a lot of whitewashing. When it comes to uniting, I think that we will be united one way or another. I think that the end result will be the proposition of force, and force will unite us one way or another. It's the way that we decide what kind of force and what kind of values we're gonna use for the union in which we're gonna have, and we can see this all around the world. There are moments in which we have a lot of instability, and the moment that instability is resolved, it can be through war, it can be through revolution, it can be through different senses. At the end of that specific segment of time, there's always union, and the union is implemented by force.
I love what you just said. I really do, because I really believe that if we had that, everybody will be a way stronger force, and we could all get along and all so work together. But the only reason why I don't think that we will ever unite is because of the fact that we have so many differences. People are going to be so heavy into their political beliefs and stuff like that, to the point to where they don't think they can ever work together and stuff like that. If they could just get out of their egos and just turn their temperatures down to where we could be like, okay, we could do this, we could do that, we could compromise this, we could do that. We'll be a much stronger nation. Seriously.
Okay, so then what do you guys think of Omni Future's comment? He says unity does happen at different scales though, and will always ebb and flow. Do you guys disagree with that? You guys agree with that? What do you think about that?
Well, I think administrations change all the time, so he's definitely correct about this. So at one point in the roaring 60s, we had I would say probably speakeasies, things like this. We had the zip. What are those pants? Those zoot suits and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So fashion, just like culture, has ebbed and flowed. The music has. Emmett actually brings up a good point when he mentions the blues. So if you think about Black culture, it was great at one point. Now it's not even a semblance of this. You can't even take one part of Black culture from then and map it onto Black culture currently right now, because even the entertainment we had Cosby's, we had all kinds of other TV shows with nuclear families. Right now in the culture, now we don't have nuclear families. Where's the strong dad that you see on TV? We have bumbling buffoons like Homer Simpson, Al Bundy, things like that. And so even now it's we have nobody but bumbling idiots as men. So it's bastardization of traditional values.
Don't forget about JJ Dad from Good Times.
Yeah.
Right. That actually promotes what I'm saying and actually emphasizes everything with the culture.
I know. That's why I said don't forget it.
But that's what I'm saying. So the pendulum is going to swing from one side to the left. Now, it depends on the administration. It depends on the culture war that we're fighting. Matter of fact, us and a panel right now with Mark, if Mark was here, we'd be clashing a little bit, because my culture right now would basically clash with his indecisiveness. So right now, there's a grander scale of this happening on America right now. We see this in Chicago with ICE not coming in, the race, I would say the race hustling that's being done on a grander scale, the Muslim invasion of things that are happening in politics in New York. All this is happening. So somebody's going to be in a different position. That's going to change. So he's right about this. So depending on who fills in these shoes of the next person, it's going to have an ebb and flow to this, because people always want to change from one thing to the next.
I can agree that it seems like that in the mean term. So when you have instability, especially, you will have these kind of swings as to where it goes. But this is not the norm. If you look at history, we've seen this before. And what ends up happening is, at the end of the day, there's going to be an institution that's going to be the rule all, and they're going to be the ones that are going to unite the country under their banner, and it's going to do it by force. So what we can do right now is pretty much decide what kind of values we want, because at the end of the day, I do believe that it's going to be the force is going to be used in order to unite us under one banner. We can't have a country if we are ebb and flowing all around, and this kind of instability. What causes pretty much is that the people are moving from one extreme to another, and one extreme is going to win, and that extreme is going to be the one that's going to make the imposition over the whole population.
I'll say I kind of agree with the ebbs and flows comment, but I also think if you look at the history of this country, it has kind of gone left to right, but it's been mostly going left. So I don't think that we can unite. And I think that the only way we will have some kind of unity is one side is going to have to force the other to yield. And I'm hoping that's the conservative Christian side. And we actually have a culture in America, and it is Christian and it is white. So,
well, there's also a lot of Christian Black culture that I think it's important. There's a lot like a lot of the I think it's called gospel is the kind of music. It was like all chants from time of slavery when they were trying to use them in order to to get them into their culture so that it can become something. I do believe. I don't think that it's the country in and of itself has a lot of white culture that it's embodied into. That doesn't mean that there's no a correlation with the black culture that has been in the country for a long time, and they both can subsist with each other without much problem.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think I kind of have a little bit of a different take on it. I think that, like what Omni Future said, there's unity in varying degrees, right? Now, I think that a few things that the country can unite on in certain things is war and defending our country and famine. When things get tough and people get hungry, you're not thinking about whether a person's a liberal or a conservative or a Republican or a Democrat. When things get tough and the rubber meets the road and situations get dire, I think that's one of the few extreme circumstances where people can actually come together and agree on a common cause.
I don't know. I mean, because then it'll be, well, how do we fix this? And depending on your lens, your perspective, even your religion, you're going to have a different way of trying to fix the problem. So I'm not sure.
Because
we may agree on the problem, but we want to agree on how to find a solution.
Right. Because the one of the biggest things I love about being an American citizen and having been born in this country is the amount of diversity, different cultures, different foods, different music, different religions. I like being around differences, right? Now, as much as I enjoy having people around of like minds, like faith, and things of that sort, I also like being around people that come from different backgrounds and different cultures, because I think that even though a lot of us may have different views and perspectives when it comes to politics, religion, and, you know, societal things, I think that we all tend to learn and benefit from one another because of it, right? So I'll give you an example. So since all of us on here identify as conservative, we wouldn't necessarily know what conservative values are if we didn't have the liberal side to compare and contrast, right? So this goes back to what we were saying earlier about being able to identify certain things, and what Marte was highlighting earlier about not necessarily being a fence sitter. We need to know where you fit in, so that way we know how to address you and when to address you. We know who to address, when to address, how to address, why to address, and where to address, and all that type of things, right? So when it comes to our survival, the unity among us is all necessary. But as far as our day-to-day lives are concerned, I think we can learn to thrive off of one another's differences. And I think that's my take on it.
Absolutely. Hold on. Matter of fact, while you just did that, let me
If I were you, I'd keep those eyes closed. Cause I'm gonna play Monster Reborn.
You what?
Now I'll bring back a monster. It's the same one I just sent to your graveyard.
My blue eyes! Yeah, man, I knew you could do it. Now that was impressive.
All right, we got another panelist on. He goes by the name of
Vic?
Cool Vic.
Vic crashed in the
Yo.
chat. Hey, this guy is
Yo,
Vic is
cool.
extremely based. Welcome aboard, Vic.
Bang, bang.
All right,
What's going on, guys?
I want to welcome
Yo,
you.
you good? How about yourself,
I ain't
man?
gonna lie. I'm messing with the
Pretty good.
Halloween vibes in the back. That's pretty tough. Hey, man.
Yeah, it is. It is tough.
How y'all send y'all backgrounds to that? Y'all doing that on y'all computer or what?
Yeah.
Y'all doing that off my computer or whatnot.
Yeah, you got to be on a computer to do it.
Okay, do PC count or not?
Yeah, Yeah, so Tizzle, you can't be on an Obama phone doing this, so you might want to switch up to a laptop, bro.
Sir, it's not. Hold on. Wait, hold on. Wait,
Hold on.
What you mean?
All right, so Tizzle, just Section 8, no Obama phone. I got it. Cool.
Flip HP. What you talking about, buddy?
All right, Tizzle. So Section 8, but no Obama phone. Got it. Okay, moving on. What else we got?
So if you wanna change your background, you can look OBS. There must be a way that
thank
you.
you. Thank you. See, Marty, why you gotta be an asshole a little bit, fam? Damn. Come on.
Inquiring minds wanted to know. I'm sorry. I
Oh,
mean,
man,
that's on me. I'll
goddamn.
hold for the assumption. That's fine.
No, you good, fam, because you didn't know. You feel me? So like I give you some slack. You feel me? I give you the benefit of the doubt. But I'm just saying, like, come on, man. Cut me some slack too. Damn. Like, I just got some like motherfucker used to be like I got an iPhone now, right? Motherfucker used to be like back then, be like, bro, like, cause I did used to have an Android phone. So motherfucker be like, bro, you got an Android phone, yo, she got a second delay. I'd be like, bro. I was like, all right.
I mean, you couldn't pronounce ambulance, so I'll give you a little bit more slack because I mean, the literacy, you took some points off.
Hey,
of that, so.
hey, like I said, some people say shit differently. You feel me?
That's fine. Yeah, I know. You could just say you're Creole, whatever it is, whatever you guys want to say. So.
What the fuck that means? Is that a word you just came with? Because I've never heard that before.
See, you're proving my whole point on the literacy, but just
I might be, but I don't know that word. What you just said, you be hitting me with some off the wall literal shit that I don't be hearing.
You mean with Oxford, Webster's? Yeah, it kind of hurts a little bit. I know.
Oxford, whatever you want to call it.
Oxford's and Webster's. It's kind of foreign a little bit. I understand that, but let's continue.
My bad. Pardon my French. It's foreign. My bad.
Actually, that would be English, not French, but.
You know what I mean? Quit playing, fam.
You know what? It's fundamental your language. We can speak to that.
As people will say, not a new. Why you glazing it, fam? Why you glazing it? Come on now. Like
Ebonics. See, good. I need to. Can you interpret this for me, please? The Ebonics.
Hey, no, Marte, I got you one better.
Yeah.
I'm
dead. There you go. I appreciate it. There you go. That was more of a better interpretation. I understand what Anonymous was saying when he hit that button compared to what you were saying. But yeah.
Oh yeah. My goodness. Or no, hey, since you talk about the Ebonics, I got you one even better.
Oh my god.
That's crazy.
You know what? That's definitely the whole sound Lil Wayne made on that ass song "Peanuts to an Elephant." I was like, what?
Yeah.
Jesus.
Y'all probably don't know what I'm talking about. Y'all probably don't know who the hell Lil Wayne is. Y'all probably like, what the hell going on? See, goddamn, this a culture difference.
I didn't hear the new album. I didn't hear the new album.
Wait, you want me to play a little bit? Oh no, actually, I forgot. They gonna YouTube. Yeah, you're right. They be on BS. They be copyright. My bad.
Yeah, fair use.
You're right.
fair use.
What happened to Big?
You could be like, I don't own the rights. Credit go to producer. They'd be like, nope, copyright. You out of there.
Now he'll probably jump back in. But yeah, that was pretty much my perspective on whether the country will close the divide. I think that there's certain circumstances where people can put their differences aside and just focus on what do we need to do to stick together and make sure that we survive. I think it would take something.
Other examples. Anonymous, give me another example because we're so divided at this point, and I'm not willing personally to move on almost anything.
Well, okay.
On any of my positions.
No. You're right. But see, this is the interesting thing about the human experience, right? Or just living in general. I kind of touched on this perspective when I did the free speech panel a few weeks ago. I think that us being divided is a necessary evil, right? It is a very necessary evil because
why necessary?
It is absolutely necessary. And the reason it's necessary is because how would I know if I'm a conservative or not if I didn't have liberals or other things to compare it to? How would I know what belief system I have and if it makes logical sense to me if I don't have something else to compare it to, right? That's the beauty of us having variety and options in life. If there was only one color group of people, we'd get tired of each other at some point, right?
We will break loose. We will all hate each other. Not gonna lie to you.
At some point. But here's the thing. The beauty of us having differences of perspective and opinions makes us appreciate the people that share the same perspective and opinions. You see what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
I understand.
I don't like the idea of being in an echo chamber, right?
I understand, but
What do you mean by that?
I don't think this is I'm not thinking of what we're talking about like diversity, like, oh, I'll bring the chitlins, you bring the tacos. To me, this is more of like evil versus good, and I don't think good should compromise with evil. So I'm not looking at it like diversity is our strength, like Democrats say, because you're Mexican, I'm Black, he's Irish. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. But again, I think that us having differences and having some degree of division in different areas is a necessary thing. It's a necessary thing. Because how would you listen?
When it comes to
how would you know?
Let me pose.
Yeah, go ahead. You
Before
got
that, let me pose the question real quick to you, because I think what she's saying is evil would not compromise, right? Evil does not compromise with good, and good does not compromise with evil. So, do you think, let's say, that we have a difference in opinion on something very, very normally, very accepted? For example, murder laws. Would you compromise on murder laws in order to get along with me because I think murder will be fine?
No.
Would I? Oh.
No.
Yeah. So how? What kind of compromise are you talking about? Because if we're talking about food, then fine. I like tacos. She likes, I don't know.
Right.
Something else,
Chitlins.
and Marte likes Cheetos, and he can't have them because he is too fit, but he likes them. The point I'm making is you have, there's cultural things that we may agree that we can have some kind of diversity that will be fine. But when it comes to morality, I don't think diversity in morality would be a good compromise, and I don't think that should be a compromise even.
That's true. Yeah.
So you don't think that all that stuff is necessary?
No, I think it can't happen. I don't even think it can happen, because if I have something that I think is completely evil, I will reject it no matter what. So if I think, for example,
I have an example. Sorry.
But how would you know if it was? How would you know whether to reject it or not if evil didn't exist?
Because you have Christian ethics. So we're told by the church and by God, through the Bible, through church tradition and normative authority, what is evil and what is good. So you don't need a comparison. We live in a fallen world, so we have it, but I wouldn't call it a necessary evil.
So if you don't think that that's a necessary evil, then why has it played out that way since the dawn of human civilization? Why is
because Eve ate that damn fruit?
Oh,
I don't think it. I don't even think it has. I don't think it has played out that way. I think every time we start allowing evil, what we see is instability. But during large gaps in humanity, what we have is a proper authority that is saying, no, we're not going to allow this. That is evil. So I don't think that we see that we see it happen that way. In fact, I see the opposite. I see a very huge struggle by societies against evil, and when you start letting evil in, is when you see a lot of instability.
That's true, but
I think that we are
it's necessary.
The people that are against our own nature. We are implicit in our own destruction, meaning like if we're thinking about self before other people and the preservation of culture, tradition, societal functions, if we don't think outside of this individualistic perspective that we have instead of me all the time, which is extremely liberal as a lens, when we don't think about the future and the impact on generations around us, I think that what Nzinga's talking about is like the cultural reference to religion, meaning like the fundamental history and traditions that we have. We start eroding this in our constructs that we have, and we started accepting things. What you allow is what will continue, is what I'm saying, though. If you allow a little bit, next thing you know, people crack the door, and next thing you know, floodgates open up, and that's how we got here. So we're going to fundamentally be against our own interests. The thing that Christianity does is it gives us the framework of which to say, hey, your heart, if you follow your heart, you're going to end up in damnation. We need to really think about this and lean on God's true word. And if we think about the word, which was Christ, if we think about this and have a true understanding, this literally goes against our nature. If we're fasting, right, for Christ, our body tells us that we want food. We're fasting for a reason, because we have to defeat our own wants and needs and our own desires. We have to go against that sometimes for the greater good of humanity.
Bang, bang, bang.
Shit like that.
Amen, Marte. Wow. That
chitty chitty bang bang.
My man Marte just cooked right there.
I just did that because Vibe showed up. So I was like, let me give a Vibe tribute. That was a tribute.
Vibe and the Zinga, by the way, I subbed to both of y'all channels. I DM'd y'all just to make sure it's not BS.
If Miss Harris shouts out, it's a vibe, we know who she's talking about. So anyways, yeah.
Yeah,
All
I
right,
mean,
so
I
Mr.
was
Vibe,
actually
Mr.
thinking
Vibe.
about coming. I was thinking about coming up here and
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Somebody talking? Who?
Yeah, it was me. So you just now joined the panel. You came in at the main event, which is the topic of the show, liberal versus conservative. And the question is, will the country ever unite and close the divide? What you got?
I did see that. And I love that this is the topic today, because I literally was thinking about this while driving my kids around town. And before I jumped on here, I was actually considering coming up on this panel in clown face, but then I saw the panel and realized that might offend Emmett, so I decided not to. I just you know, I want to keep it PC here.
I wouldn't be offended, Vibe. You know, I accept who I am. Okay, it's fine.
No. It's interesting, right? Because I mean, we are talking to people on the left. Now, I'm right, and I mean, I know everybody loves to jump on Radical Coder, Marte. I know you're going to be going against him, but in one sense, oh, here goes Emmett. This is what I give him. He keeps on showing up and he keeps on talking, and he doesn't go, you know what? I'm not going to talk to you. I'm going to have my debate. Now, I think his debates are freaking. I don't think he has a good one. I don't think he's done a good one yet. But that is somebody who is actually engaging, and I'm going to give him credit for that. No matter, he keeps on showing up, right? And this is a Discord that we're having, and I love those guys that are showing up and discussing. But I was thinking this all the way back to like the 50s, where we started off with, you know, the small things like women's rights, kind of moving away from like Christianity and a lot of things that like the rightists think of. And then we went into abortion, and then we went into birth control, and then we went into gender, and then we went into we have to save everybody. And it's funny because the left wants to save everybody on the government's coin, and the Christians want to save everybody, but through our own actions, right? And this divide has gotten so big, and it hasn't stopped getting bigger. Like marriage is under attack. I don't know how much longer that's going to last. And everybody's really heartfelt about this. And now they want to destroy each other because they're so heartfelt on their idea. And I don't know how to bring us back together. I think we can get along, but I think majority just go along with their feelings, and most are not going to get along. That's kind of my view when I was kind of pondering through it today.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. So, anybody else got anything?
No, I think I basically dropped my own mic. I'm waiting for everybody else to do the same.
All right. So, Tizamo, what you got, man? Will the country ever unite and close the divide, sir? What do you think?
I'm not really sure, to be honest. I feel like all you can do, and like all we all can do, is hope that it will. But I mean, realistically, I think it might never will. I really don't got a full explanation why.
Mm-hmm.
It's just how I'm kind of like thinking about it.
So you're just taking things day by day, huh?
Yeah, if you want to say that, yeah.
Okay. Well,
can I give an example?
Yeah, go ahead. You got it.
So, has everyone been keeping up with the gubernatorial race in Virginia? I haven't been keeping up with it a lot, but did you see where the Democrat running for Attorney General sent those texts about unaliving his opponent and children and all that stuff?
The Democrat,
yes, the Democrat I mean, it was very graphic text messages. It was no like, well, maybe he meant this, maybe he meant that. He meant unaliving people, including children. And
Yeah, that's
the
fucked up.
Democrat running for governor during the debate could not renounce those text messages and Jay Jones, the guy who sent this, wrote and sent those text messages. That's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. Is we're not talking about people who have preferences on music or clothes or food. We're talking about people who say, I got to stay in my party line or in my political viewpoint line, even if it means someone did something evil and I can't renounce it. So that's the type of thing that we're talking about here. This isn't like boomer politics where this person wants lower taxes and this person wants higher taxes. We're talking about people who want to trans your kids, who want to unalive children, who don't care about life, who want to be like Canada, where we can unalive ourselves if we feel like it because maybe we're poor or something like that. It's really evil stuff we're talking about. And that's why I don't think that we can unite. And the only way that this country could ever be united is if we have more commonalities. And I think one of the biggest ones has to be religion. And another one, it has to be the roles between men and women. We have a battle of the sexes going on too. Those things have to be figured out before we can talk about coming together and having a united country.
So, okay, so then what do you think the first step would be? If, like, let's say we put you in charge and everything you're saying, you want it to play out. What would be your first course of action?
I would probably end immigration immediately for at least a time. I would repeal the 19th. Women can't vote. That would probably automatically make it so that the next round of votes, it would be more conservative.
Why the fuck is that even a thing? Why women can't? That's kind of
because when women started voting, the country got drastically more left. Women vote with their feelings, and men vote with logic. And so as soon as we started letting women do things like vote, the country started going more left. They went to work. The family broke down. Just the society and the culture just degraded quickly.
That's a little bit unfair, don't you think?
No, hold on. Real quick.
I don't care. Listen, I don't care if it's fair. I want a country that my children can grow up in and not worry about being unalived by an illegal immigrant, or I don't want my children to have two girls. I don't want them to even have the choice to get rid of their child in the womb. I don't care at this point. I don't care about fair. I want a Christian country where we can be prosperous and our children can grow up in normalcy and all of that. So at this point, I don't give a flip about fair.
Miss Harris, I will add on, just to add on to what you were saying. If you look in the past 10 years, Tizzle Mode, you can even Google this. In any laws that I would say liberal, feminists, and the majority of women have voted for have mostly been degenerate. I would say all of them have been degenerate, meaning like if you think about women participating in men participating in women's sports, men using women's bathrooms, only women are mainly voting for this to take Transformers, make kids out of Transformers or whatever I was saying, like to transform kids. That's what I was saying. So to do this, men aren't voting for things like this. It's only mainly women doing this. So when you think about degeneration in culture, like Pornhub, all this other stuff, in order for us to fight this in Arizona, the men had to do this. Women weren't opposing this because this was a payday for women. So if you take women out of politics, guess what happens? The whole nation slowly starts turning red. Things start becoming more conservative, and then traditional values start coming apart and play. And then not to mention this, but Christian ethical systems start revealing themselves to be the true nature of where we want our kids to adopt and also mirror and map onto other social cultures and changing in society.
Damn. Damn, I used to get my ass whooped by my motherfucking Killer Instinct online. God damn it. Supreme victory. On the side. But yeah,
hey, so Tizzle Mode, what you got? Because you seem to disagree with Nzinga.
No, it wasn't that I was disagreeing. I was just saying it seemed like what she was saying earlier about women not voting. All I was just thinking about, like, damn, that don't seem like fair. But like she said, she don't really give a fuck about the fair. She give a fuck about, the other shit, which I respect. I was gonna say, but I think Marty had talked and I didn't want to interrupt. But no, I was gonna say I respect your opinion and your output, what you gotta say. Like I don't think none that you said is wrong at all.
So then what was your issue about her saying that she would repeal the 19? Do you disagree with that? Do you support that? Like, what's your thoughts on that?
I mean, I feel like I wouldn't disagree on it if it's if it's not a bad thing. Like, you know, like
You would use logic and not your feelings. Is that what you're saying?
no, I wouldn't use my feelings. I'm just being honest because honestly, I don't know what it means. But if it's good, like I said or before, I mean, then you know, yeah.
Okay.
For me, if it's something that I know that would better this country and get this country on one step closer to getting fixed, then I'm all for it. Because we need to heal as a country. We need to stop this bickering, fighting, you know, unaliving each other and all this other stuff. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah.
I think we do need to fight, actually. I think the opposite. I think that unless we do fight, we have what you allow is what will continue. You know, this all started because people started turning the other cheek too many times. At one point, you got to actually defend your logic and defend your morality in your nation. Otherwise, you lose it. The UK is a good example of this. Matter of fact, they've conceded so many times that now it's going to be a Muslim nation in like 5 years from now, which is ridiculous. And how are their free speech laws doing right now? Not so good right now. I'm pretty sure that Mark had to log off because probably another riot was going to happen in his neighborhood. So I think about this. If you think about a predictive model for America, the UK is not what we want. How do we fight this? We fight. We don't lay down and allow these things to happen. So there has to be a fight. I think that if we fight, we can begin this change, but this change has to be done by competent people leading at the top. If we don't have competent people who can debate, argue their stance, and actually kind of influence culture by using charismatic, I think, personalities like the Andrew Wilson, maybe even me, falling into the foray of these trenches, and even Vibe would agree with this. I think that if we have a fundamental Christian nation, what would be the worst thing to happen to our nation? I mean, people going to Sunday school every day. Like, to me, I think that this isn't a bad segment of society that we should proliferate. I think that we endorse this. This is good, but this needs to be done by a fight, by competent people at the front.
Hey, talk your shit, Marty. I see you. I see you was doing the little shoulder shit too. You thought I didn't peep that, but yeah, no, most definitely.
Oh yeah, I learned that in the club drinking my 40 ounce, and I, fried chicken.
Oh,
Yeah.
What the hell?
All right, so Marte, I got a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
We vote you in, you're president. What would be the first thing you would do to help get this country back on track and steer us in the right direction?
One thing that I would do is I would make any transition program out of here. I would delete that completely. Planned Parenthood deleted. That's not even going to be an option. I don't care how much coat hanger rhetoric they have. I would basically make this more of a fundamental Christian nation. And for them to say that there's a separation of church and state, it'll never happen. Because if I'm a Christian and I get elected, guess what's going to happen? I'm going to be running on my Christian ethical system. What would be wrong with that? And if they say that there's blasphemy laws of me saying, well, you can't blaspheme Christ, they already have it on their end. Matter of fact, we discussed this. If I say certain words on YouTube, guess what happens? Your channel gets demonetized. It gets stripped. Matter of fact, it gets taken down forever. How is that not a blasphemy law? So for me, it's like we have a better and more optimal ethical system to rule than that. So I'm using a really broad encompassing example of a Christian ethical system, but taking out Planned Parenthood is a start. We can actually begin by using other ethical systems. And I would actually ask the panel a question. What would be the worst thing that would happen if I did this and ran on a Christian ethics system or a belief system when I run for Congress or president or anything like this, ended up landing the role? What would be the worst thing that would happen?
I don't think there would be anything that would be worse that would happen. And that's just my perspective. I don't think that there could be a worse thing that could happen. I mean, I could be wrong, but I
would be the bad that would happen. You know, I don't.
Women would lose their bodily autonomy.
There is no bodily autonomy. It doesn't exist.
That's a crazy word. I'm gonna start using
if I wanted to hang myself, people are authorized to stop me. Two people can have, I think, absolute rule over you as far as your control. A judge and a doctor could say you're in a room and you're on observation. You're not even allowed to have autonomy. It doesn't even exist. It's a construct.
Economy, anatomy. I feel like I'm in Monopoly. Like what the fuck?
I know Webster's dictionary got you.
I'm here. I'm really. Y'all really put me on some longer educated words. Like I swear to God. Like
I know that Oxford Dictionary sure beats you up. So that's crazy, bro. How they have
Marty, or actually half the panel is talking about logic, right? And like we could come together if we could use logic. I think really easy. But when logic fails, it seems that the left changes words. So what we call murder, they call body autonomy. What we call illegal, they call undocumented. Have you ever heard of a driver being pulled over because he was an undocumented driver? I mean, it's like some of this, they just keep on changing the words because they can't find logic. Like if you could find logic, then I don't have to change the word. I can actually just give you logic why it's not murder. But if I can't find logic, then I have to change the word to make it sound like something that is that my son might ingest while he's in school and be like indoctrinated into this baloney-ness of words, wordplay, right? And then I have to go back and I have to like take the words out of his mouth and I have to put logic back in his brain. You're a man. Listen, this is how it works. This is science. It's pretty easy. Stop listening to the world salad that like is being thrown out there.
I agree. So here's the thing, though. Not only does bodily autonomy not exist, but also when people talk about property, owning anything, you don't actually own anything because if you don't pay property tax, guess what happens? Oh, I thought you owned the land. All this goes. So I think that I would actually instill these rights in a different way. I would literally tell them during a debate, or actually, this is a great example right now. All of us are on a panel, right? So if I'm talking to Mark and I refute his logic, there's probably 5,000 people at home watching this. I'm just, being funny here because it's only like 35, 50 or something like that. So these people, they could be fence sitters. I now have basically coerce them or maybe convince them to say, hey, we're going to lean right now. Hey, Marte's making a lot of sense. Vibe's making a lot of sense and autonomous based as hell, matter of fact. So now they're no longer fence sitters. We're converting people by entertainment. I think this is a great vector to use this, but also force. I think that if we can explain force to people and how, hey, it isn't just feelings that exist in the real world, meaning like there's an extension to the law upheld by men and men give women rights. I think that if we can explain all this and people understand this, we'll have less ignorant people, but this has to be explained to people through the masses. I think that we need to find a way to use entertainment to actually dumb this down so that way people can understand this. So that way people, when they vote, they can be more based when they do this, because we have a lot of ignorant people that turn 18 and don't know jack about life. So.
My man Marte is continuously cooking and serving these 3-course.
Do I need to play the frying pan for his ass? Oh God, hold on. I think I need to play the frying pan song.
Well, Tizzle, it's because I press up, back, down, B before I start talking. That's why.
Bro, you for real? Bro, he literally remind me of my cousin. Like, you undefeatable. Like, I can't beat your ass with any basic combo I do. You know all the fucking mambo combos you can memorize in your head. I only know the basics. You know?
It's the mambo game genie. I just put the game genie in, bro.
And not what I'm saying. All I can sit there is be like, bro, spam how I'm losing. But at the end of the day, I gotta give your props. I gotta give your shit. You feel me?
Yes, sir. All right, Mr. Vibe. Mr. Vibe, you become president tomorrow. What's the first thing you do to implement something to help get this country back on track?
I think that's my first thing would be removing laws that we actually elect people on. So, for example, as a Republican, I believe the government should interfere very little. One of the first places I think they shouldn't be interfering is in marriage. I don't think they should have anything to do with marriage. Now, if I get rid of marriage under the government, then all of a sudden now it's in control of my church. My church is in charge of marriage, right? Now this is a political thing we don't even have to run on anymore. Like, is it legal in this state? Is it not legal in this state? I don't give a shit, right? Like, is it legal in my church? Does God recognize my marriage? Let my church, let my God recognize my marriage. Keep the government out of it. Now, if there's programs that benefit the United States financially, where we say, hey, if there's a bunch of people living in a house, whether it's roommates going to college, and there's some economical benefit to the government to say, hey, maybe they can do something fancy with taxes because they're going to college and things like that. I'm cool with whatever that is the government wants to do economically. Mm-hmm. But stay out of marriage. And I would look at all the other laws that have nothing to do with the government and remove those first and just remove them from the political playing field so that the secularists can do what they want to do and the Christians can do what they want to do and keep it within our faith or our secularist, crazy, subjective mindset.
Hold on. Hold on. Let me play it for you. Let me play it for you because you cooking too. I'm not gonna lie. You cooking a little bit too. You probably cooking some bacon. You probably cooking some sausages up in there. You feel me?
Vibe. I think you're onto something because I think that if we can eliminate the government's hand in marriage, I think that we can basically destabilize it from a business to now something that fundamentally works for the church. Because the thing is, though, is that we turn this into a weaponized portrayal of business ethics that's gone wrong. Because at the front end, we have people incentivized to basically promote you being married. But at the back end, we are incentivized to actually destabilize your marriage because there's a business. James Sexton can go on a whole monologue about this. But I think that if we could take both of them out of the equation and just delegate it just to the church, you're onto something, because marriage should not be a business. I definitely think that the government's hand should be out of it. Matter of fact, the Orthodox, by the way, I'll just say this, 9% divorce rate. So we do have an exit strategy, and there you go.
Oh, there you go. All right, Mr. Coley, you become president tomorrow, sir. What's the first thing you do, or what's the first thing that you'll implement to help change the country and steer us back on the right track? What you got?
I'm not even gonna flex. I agree with Ms. Harris here with the whole abolishing the whole 19th Amendment thing, because I had to do a little history lesson while she was talking about it.
Oh, really?
Way back when men only had the right to vote, but somewhere along the way, I could be getting my years wrong, but I think like the 1950s or somewhere up in there. That's when women decided to, excuse me, fight for the right to, fight for the right to vote, have jobs, basically do everything men do.
No, it was way before that. It was way before the 1950s.
Yeah,
it was like the early 1900s.
Okay.
I think it started really in the 1800s, but
I wasn't even born at that time.
Yeah, it was late 19th century going into the 20th century.
Okay, so but I knew it was like somewhere in there, but I don't know. But the main thing I'm trying to point out is this: when it was men only that had the right that had the right to vote. Like despite whatever war we may end up going into, everything was still going smooth. America was strong, the economy was strong, all of that. But once women got involved and once women got involved and had the right to vote and do everything else or whatever, then that's when stuff started going left. Now I ain't gonna lie. At first, I was just like Tilsa Motor was like, hey, is that really fair? Because because I'm so used to cause I'm born in '83. I'm so used to everything being equal and stuff like that. But when you go back to the history lesson a little bit, I had to think like, oh, well, you know what? Yeah, I kind of see why things were like they were back then. So that'll be the first. So that'll be the first thing. That'll be the first thing I would do. The second thing I would do. The second thing I would do to make sure everybody is straight as far as like get the economy pumping again. Like if you don't got a job, I don't care if you have like a felony, and I know that's gonna look like, oh, Cody, what the fuck are you talking about? Like I'm tired of the stereotypical thing to where if you have like a felony, now I ain't talking about like a serious felony, like oh yeah, like if you touch somebody's child or if you did something super serious. Yeah, keep them locked away. Keep them locked away. But for those who got a felony, like like little ish, like weed or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Those people should get a chance to actually go into the workforce, start start working, get back on the get themselves back on the right track and all of that. You know what I'm saying? Because like they should because they shouldn't be excluded from the workforce. I would give those people a second chance because I believe I believe in second chances. I believe those people that didn't really do a serious crime, they just had a one-off, to get a second chance, But yeah, they'll be like the first.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
All right, cool. All right, Mr. Emmett, you become president tomorrow. Wait, are you in America or are you somewhere else?
Yeah, I am in America.
For real? Okay,
yeah,
cool.
for real.
All right, cool. You become president tomorrow. You get elected. You win. First day in office. What laws or changes are you going to implement to help get the country back on the right track and help us get united? What you got?
Okay. First things first, I get rid of 5. I don't know how, but I'll get rid of 5. No, it's just a joke. First thing I would do is I would go into all of the federal funding that is doing all of the student loans, and I will remove that from the books. You cannot get any federal funding for student loans or any government funding for any university when it comes to student loans. That has destroyed specifically some of the minds that we have, and it has created this idea of competency that doesn't exist anymore. So we need to go back into having colleges and competency being done in the private sector so that we know that the people having the degrees are actually having those degrees and are competent with a degree. And the second thing I would do is I would implement the death penalty. It will be a federal case in every single case where the death penalty is located, and it has to be done. So the sentence has to be carried out between 1.5 years. So everything has to be expedited when it comes to the death penalty.
I'm glad you said that. I was thinking the same thing.
So those are the two things I think.
So you said every federal case would be good.
Every case that has to do with the death penalty becomes a federal case, and it has to be expedited.
Oh, okay. So I thought I heard something else. So we got a chat that just came and says, "Hey, you know what will save America $1 trillion, save people's lives, and good for the economy? Universal health care." Who would have thought?
Canada,
how it's going.
Drop on the cruise bomb for that.
Thinking about that. I was just thinking about that.
So what are y'all's thoughts on that?
Yeah, absolutely. Because
I don't agree.
Canada the only country that got to have free health care with no problem with no problem going to the hospital or any of that. But here in America, we have to sign up for Medicare, Medicaid, Medicare, whatever kind of cadence care that they have or whatever, just to get just to get seen. Like,
well, this is bad.
You could have a pencil in your neck, and you would still have to wait in countries with universal health care for 6 months.
That's true. It's like that in Canada.
We also have economic cost issues and bureaucracy inefficiency when it comes to funding as well. So due to strained resources and centralized planning, they're also it's cumbersome. Also, there's reduced innovation. They can't innovate as well too. Also, there's loss of individual choice. You don't have much choice as far as standardized coverage, limited options for patients. In systems like the UK, NHS patients have little choice in providers, things like this. There's also risk of overuse and misallocation when it comes to this. Also, dependency on government. We want people to not be dependent on government. This is why we have EBT, all these other programs. Look where that's got us. So I think that's bad. I don't agree with this overwhelmingly. There's a strong case against it, and that's all I'll say.
All right, Mr. Tizzle Mode.
Yo.
You become president. What would be the first thing you do day one in office to implement to get the country back on track and help us unite? What you got?
Really got 2. I feel like maybe the second one would make sense, but the first one, give women their rights back.
Like what?
Give them their rights back. What do you mean? They haven't been taken away.
Oh, well, I thought it was.
No.
Nope.
No.
Oh no! Well, somebody ain't even fucking doing their research. Not me. Yeah, because I heard it from somebody.
Oh
I
man, this is ironic.
I'm not gonna call them out, but yeah. Now the other one I had, I feel like it's never gonna happen. But definitely stop gun violence.
How?
What? I gotta hear this.
Wait, how? Okay, yeah, I got to hear this one.
Oh, really?
No.
Sorry, I'm trying not to laugh as hard, but go ahead.
I mean, it's a good one. I mean, just by taking away all the guns, like only
F
buy
all the way off.
What? Wait, continue. This is entertaining right now. Continue.
I'm just saying, because I mean, don't you think it make a difference? Well, not only that, but I just feel like, well, not even with the guns, but any weapons in general. Like, imagine how many people would probably be alive if it wasn't due to weapons or shit that motherfuckers could use to kill somebody. Like,
Are you gonna take my kitchen knives away?
I mean, you gotta cook, don't you?
It can be used as a weapon as well. So
Yeah, it can, but I mean, if you mentally ill, then yeah, it gotta be taken away. Or you really mentally fucked up in the head, then yeah. Anything.
Are you gonna take brooms away? Because I can sharpen that out. Like I can make anything a shank.
Yeah, that's gonna take some prison shit, and yeah, you're gonna have to be on some Rambo shit by carving it up with a knife or whatever.
You have a really reductionist worldview. You realize that, right? You know what that means, right? Even if we whittle it down, like nobody can have anything in their possession. Like, look at
what about my fist?
Hold on, let me be real easy for you and make it in layman's terms. Can John Wick use anything to take out an opponent? Have you seen him with a pencil? Like it's
yeah.
Not the hands. I'm gonna take our hands away.
Yeah.
Tizzle will cut off all your hands and all your feet.
The UK's got a knifing epidemic right now because they took the guns away. Now everybody's getting knifed. Real quick, it's just crazy. So it reduces down to stones or something else. It's just crazy. Yeah.
No cars for anybody because you're gonna deal with broke people.
That's why I like that. That's why I like this. I did that purposely to see what y'all was gonna say. That's why I like that.
I was hoping you were
trolling. That you believed what you were saying. Stop the cab, bro. Stop the cab, bro.
I mean, I was gonna go through the cars too. Right?
Do I look like I'm capping? I'm dead ass. I'm
you
serious.
wearing a cap right now, plus you're capping while wearing the cap. What you talking about?
No, I'm serious. It's a heart attack. I'm for real.
You made the mention of like using the knife to be able to cook dinner, and I was just thinking about where I grew up. I mean, my family went out and we hunted, and then we filled up our basement refrigerator with meat. Right now, we could have gone to the grocery store and bought the meat and removed, us from the process. But I knew families out in the outskirts in Michigan that literally survived on that meat. If I were to take away his gun, I would take away his ability to feed his family. Now, and then I was going to relate that to a car, right? A car, if I take a car away from a businessman that needs to get to work every day, I'm removing his ability to feed his family. So a car is a utility and a gun is a utility, and they can both be used well, and they can both be used to kill people. So when do we take utility away because somebody else uses it to do harm?
Bro, he got his ass cooked. He got cooked.
Adrian, you didn't go down like that, huh?
He got cooked.
I mean, think about it like this, in Tizzle. You have violent incarcerated individuals. What are they allowed to give them in their cell? Because they use everything as a weapon, right? Maybe a book, right? They're even questioning, should we hand books, right? Nothing else. That's really what your worldview boils down to.
I mean, he ain't lying.
That's what it boils down to. What can you give a prisoner?
He also said that he wanted to give women their rights back. Like, I can't beat any man, probably not even a crippled man, just because I'm 115 pounds and 5'4". And a gun is a great equalizer. So if you want to give women their rights, they got to be able to defend
you talking about the equalizer?
The gun is the equalizer, not Denzel.
I'm just fucking with you. I'm fucking with you.
Hey, look.
I feel like you still capping, bro.
Yeah, it's such a cap.
I
changed my.
In reality, everybody got their own perspectives. We could troll. We could do honesty. This all for laughs.
I feel like you're not trolling, bro. Just be real. Be you, bro.
Hey,
say it with your
I'm being
Now that
deep.
wishful
I did.
thinking
I
has
did.
become.
I did. I said it. I'm trolling. I literally said it maybe like 5-10 minutes ago. I'm just here for the shits and giggles and had a good time.
All right.
I'm just being honest.
I don't buy it. I think you're trying to sweep it under the rug. But go ahead. I'll act like I buy it. Go ahead.
If I'm sweeping it under the rug, can you get the dustpan for me, please, so I can please get that shit off the rug?
I don't know because we all mopped you up in 1 second. But go ahead. Anyways, let's move on.
Now that we know that wishful thinking is on the table, I just make everybody a trillionaire. Okay, that I changed my answer. Everybody's now a trillionaire.
I think I'm good. I don't want to be a trillionaire.
Hey, but if we didn't have guns, this is what would happen to Nzinga.
Hey, yo.
Motherfuckers
Nzinga, that's
replicating
crazy,
the
bro.
Shoryuken came. That's crazy.
No, that's a different video game. You got them crossed up, bro.
No, I said motherfuckers was doing Shoryuken before Shoryuken. I'm trolling. I'm trolling.
Don't let him do it to me, Tizzle.
I think you're capping on the trolling,
I know
but
what
let's
he
continue.
doing. You not slick. Your name Rick, but you not slick. You trying to do the Jedi mind trick. Not today, sir. You're not finna get me like I don't know. No,
You're
sir.
not about to go ahead and give you the lyrics when the literacy is at an all-time low. But go ahead though. Let's.
Hey, no, but realistically though, you become president. What would be the first thing you do to help steer the country back in the right direction and help us become more united? What you got, Tizzle? Because I know you said you was trolling, and you know we'll give you that. But what would you do? You become president tomorrow, first day in office. You got done with the inauguration. You swore in. What would you do?
That's a good question. I feel
Man,
like
these
I
crickets
feel
are
like
very loud right now.
no more. I could be wrong on this too. I'm all seriousness. Stop making shit that you buy now too high as it is. Now I could be wrong on that, but inflation and yeah, all that other shit.
How would you tackle inflation?
That's crazy. I gotta hear this too, Tizzle. You got some good trolls. You're a really good troll. I'll say that.
Yeah, I wanna know
I
how
can't
would you
tell.
tackle inflation.
This is like S tier trolling right now. You doing Tizzle?
Oh, most definitely. Hey, I learned from the best.
No, you didn't learn that from me.
I was gonna say.
Yeah, I did.
You
Yes,
somebody
sir.
else,
Yeah,
bro. Don't
yeah,
do that.
yeah,
I
I
mean-
did. Yeah, I did, big dog. Yeah, I did.
No, you
Yeah, I
didn't,
did.
because I wasn't trolling at all. You got that from somebody. You got it from Vibe. We'll say you caught a Vibe. That's what you caught.
I
No,
didn't
that
get it
wasn't
from
for me.
Bob. I
For
don't
Bob.
know him like
Right
that.
here, right there.
I mean, this is one of the reasons where I'm like, why stop women from voting? Because half the men I'm talking to online can't fucking vote either, right? Like, I want to
Yeah, but if
remove
you stop
voting for a
universal-
president, and I actually want to make it a form because people are too freaking stupid to even like when they go to vote for president. They're like, I'm going to vote for this person or this person. They don't know that they're actually voting for 50 other things that they didn't read about, they don't know about, and they just hit random check boxes. I prefer it to be a form that literally says, do you think babies should not be aborted? They say yes or no. Do you think this? Do you think this? Do you think this? And then the people running fill out the same form, and whoever matches up, you might end up with a president that you don't think you like, but actually aligns with your views, because people aren't freaking smart enough to freaking learn the fuck what they're voting for. They go to vote for one issue, they vote for 49 other ones and fuck them all up. You know, like we're in a freaking idiotic democracy right now.
Yeah.
Go Emmett.
Damn.
So I agree with Vive. Thank you for wanting to repeal the 19th. That's amazing. Thank you. You're the best. I'm gonna leave now, so I'm gonna just say a couple things. Nice to meet you, Miss Harris. You're based as fuck. Good one. As always, a pleasure, Marte. A pleasure, Vive. Thank you so much for having me on I'm based. And nice to meet you, Cooley and Tieselman. This was awesome and a great panel. You guys
Yes,
rock.
sir.
And yeah, I think this conversation was actually pretty.
Emmett, I got a question before you go.
Yeah,
I do too.
So I got about $50 on my ABT card. How much for one of your birds so I can get it fried crispy and some grape drink with that?
Oh my god!
Emmett, one of your birds. I know I saw one. It was pretty thick. It was thick.
Listen, Marte. If
junk in his trunk,
you
bro.
just
Pretty good
drive
meat.
If you just drive north to Utah, I'll feed you. It's gonna be free. Imagine that.
No, I want one of the birds
by
that's
a Mexican. Okay?
One of the juicy birds in the cage. Can I get one of those?
It's gonna be one of them. It's gonna be a free one. All you have to do is drive north, okay?
With some grape drink. Okay.
With some grape, yeah.
I appreciate it. Thank you. That's got extra crispy. Oh man, you made my night. I appreciate it, man.
Emmett. Hey, Emmett, is it true you do ASMR?
Yes, I count. It was 1 tricky 2.
What's so funny about that? Wait. Is we talking about different ASMRs or?
No, I mean, listen. The name of my channel changed. Is Count Emmett, which is it's a recollection of Count Chunkula. So I do it. You know, I just count. It's part of my ASMR.
Oh.
Okay.
No, it's the birds. The birds in the background of ASMR. They're very soothing.
Oh, those two. Those
so,
one.
So hold on. Not only is it soothing audio, like audio soothing, but it's like down to my soul with the crispy goodness of his bird beaks and everything else in the background.
Yeah.
I just want hot sauce on it. That's all.
Oh, you'll get it. I'm Mexican. You'll get it. Thank you so much. Have a nice one.
Hey, since he's Mexican, put some tapatio on it.
Hold on, y'all talk about some Mexican
All right,
food. Y'all, hold on, y'all can't forget about the horchata now. Come on now.
No, I want. Have a good one.
I want grape drink, not horchata. We doing it real.
This isn't good for your back. I brought this on myself.
Hold on. Maybe it's just because I'm not Mexican or I don't know fully. What you say you would take over horchata?
Grape drink.
Like, what do you mean? Like regular grape juice or just grape drink?
Grape drink. Grape juice is grape drink. What are you talking about? Oh my God, this is crazy.
He coming through with
All
the
right,
grape
we're about to
drink.
have a civil war right now if you don't know what grape drink is. You and I are about to go at it. Speaking of which, Bible's right about that. I think that if we have presidents fill out slips, but I'll even do you one further. I think that we should have presidents duel like Andrew Jackson did with Charles Dickinson when he killed him. So I think that if we can have presidents duel in the front lawn, that's so base right there. Now we can know that a president will not only defend his country by using men as force, he himself is an exemplary example of this through extension of the military chain of command. I think this is perfect. How am I wrong?
Yeah, I don't know if you heard me earlier, but I did ask, what does base mean? Maybe I'm just non-nerdy or I don't know what the hell that means.
I'll let somebody else answer this because this is killing me right now.
I really don't know. Is that another word for cool? Like, I'm just being honest. I'm keeping it 100.
Okay, I'll answer this anyways. It means grounded. It means like your principled, like fact-based. Okay, this guy's got facts. F-A-X. I'm gonna say it how you say it. So if you have facts, right, and you're real, like people say, that's real. That's base. That's what base is.
Okay, all right, but I appreciate you for telling me that. See, you learn something new every day. That's all I need to know. You feel me? You see, you ain't gotta be an asshole all the time.
If you can teach me some ebonics, then I can help you out with literacy. I think we can help each other. We're good.
Well, I gotta get study into ebonics, and then maybe I can teach into ebonics. But for now, I'm just gonna be a non-ebonics, whatever the hell that means. Yeah, I don't know what I mean, but yeah, whenever I can look that up, I'll teach you. Oh,
You're speaking it right now. I think you need an interpreter right now, but you'll get it one day.
So Marte, if the presidents are going to have a duel for the presidency, would it look something like this?
So you want to pop that shit and get your motherfucking cranium crack, nigga? Step on up.
No,
really?
So here's the thing though. They would look like Abe Dinkus, like how he dresses up, and I need them to make like 25 paces to and from, and then turn around. Remember the last movie, A Wick? They need this. They need to look like Abe Dinkus dressed up in the top hat, everything else dressed to the nines, turn around with one bullet. There has to be rules, right? Fair
They both
sportsman.
have coattails.
This is a very base way to lead the nation, because if we have equity in dueling combat, and then we have a formulated structure. We can then map this structure onto the nation, saying, hey, if the president's able to have structure in organized duel, I think that the gangbangers in California would take this on and say, hey, if the president could tell us how to a code of conduct within ourselves, I think that we should map this onto our reality and have one bullet in the chamber, because you're a pussy if you have automatic, like these, what are you, switches in the hood and shit like that. I think that we can map on a better culture for our degenerate society if presidents duel. So that's my argument for this.
Hey, do you guys know President Duterte?
What's that?
Have you guys heard of President Duterte or ex-President Duterte of the Philippines?
No.
Okay, so he was ex-president there, but he was president, and the people loved him there. I have a house in the Philippines, so I spent a lot of time there. Before he became president, he was the mayor of a town, and the first thing one of the things he did there is he made smoking, just regular cigarettes, illegal, and drugs and prostitution. Like, he's just like, we're not going to have this in my town anymore. China has a big influence on the Philippines, and this filthy rich Chinese man came into his town and was smoking in a restaurant. And he had already said smoking is not allowed here. The owner of that restaurant, and this is a true story, by the way, but this is not a made up, this is not a myth, this is not a story. The owner knew President Duterte or Mayor Duterte at that time and said, hey, this guy, I told him to put a cigarette out, and he said nothing. Duterte went down there. The mayor went down to that restaurant, pulled out a gun, said, eat that cigarette right now or you're going to eat a bullet.
Wow.
Like, that is some wild West shit, right? This is a mayor of a town. Now, because of that story and other things like he did, when he went for president, he almost unanimously became president, and he cut down on drugs, and Americans hated him because he didn't just he didn't just go, you know what, we're going to do this long plan, we're going to search out the drug people or the people distributing the drugs. He's like, if I'm going to give everybody 90 days to go into treatment. If you don't, we're searching you down and killing you. We're searching down the drug dealers. We're killing you. We're just going to get rid of drugs in this country. And America was against him. They're just like, what an evil act. These people are addicted. You know, he's freaking going after them. When I was in the Philippines, I talked to people. The average Filipino was like, our towns have never been safer. We love this guy. The rest of the country hates us. But the United States has been trying to do it by just going after the drug dealers. And we've been fighting this war for 50 years and not winning. He did it in like 6 years, whatever they run for there. He literally cleaned up that country in 6 years just because he said, we have to put a stop to this, right? And this kind of goes to your dueling point, right? Fucking pulled out a gun and laid down the law.
So here's my thing. I think there's a country, I may be misquoting this, but in Venezuela, I think the government was like, I'm sick and tired of this.
Get karma for that or no?
We're going to get MS-13 off of the streets. And what they did was they built their whole militia up and basically said, hey, we're going to be knocking on doors, doing all this. We're going to be looking for tats on bodies. And if you are a part of this and you have the insignia or whatever, we're locking you up. Guess what happened? Crime reduced overnight. Happened like this, a snap of a finger. Who's mad? Nobody's mad in the community. And if you ever see those videos when they're like sitting Indian style and they're bent over and they have rows that look like the human centipede, that's the country I'm talking about. They clean up their crime overnight. Yeah, Salvador. They cleaned it up overnight. Amazing solution. You can't tell me that that's not beneficial for humanity. If we think about this, if we know that a person's a criminal and we can prove this, like, I don't see anything wrong with that because crime disappeared overnight over there. Meaning, like,
but doesn't that go back to our last conversation when we were talking about, can we live with the other side? Like, they decided that they could not live with these criminals anymore. There was no agreeing that was going to happen, no uniting whatsoever. So they used force to put those criminals down and put them in prison or kill them. I think that's the same country where the shot callers were still having people killed outside of prison. And I can't remember his name, but the El Salvadorian president said, how about this? If a gang member does crime outside of prison, the shot caller in prison is going to get the death penalty. Force work.
Doggy dog.
Who's this nuts
about
two guy? Right?
Doggy dog. Roof.
He knows 50 Filipino people, and he's telling me I have no idea what I'm talking about when I actually effing live there and have citizenship there. Whatever, dude.
Man, what, man? Vi, why you letting them people raise bait you, fam? Come on now.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Hey, y'all gonna come up here and mess with my boy? Yeah,
You gotta be like Homelander from the boys. I'm stronger. I'm better.
Look, y'all coming up here talking down on my boy Vibe. This is what you gonna
You
get.
wanna pop that shit, get your motherfucking cranium crack, nigga. Step on up.
Oh man,
That's the type of time we on. You coming up here messing with our boy.
I appreciate it.
Yes, sir. You know we gonna have your back, man. But yeah. Anyway, this has been a great conversation. I want to give a shout out to the infamous and very supportive chat. They've been rocking with us this whole time. We got 63 people watching in the chat.
Bang, bang.
Hey, this audience been MVP this week for
Yes,
real.
sir. Yes, sir. So yeah, we've been over here streaming for almost 4.5 hours. So we're gonna go ahead and get ready to start wrapping this up because I know y'all gotta start getting ready to get your kids down. Y'all gotta start getting ready for work, getting your stuff ready because you know we all got lives out here. So we're gonna go ahead and do last thoughts and then we're gonna go ahead and close it out. So Chisholm Mode, final thoughts. What did you think about the show? Did you hate it? Love it? How was the show for you, man?
I like it. I just didn't like Marty was being an asshole. No, let me stop. Let me stop.
Oh,
Still trolling, I see. Okay.
Yeah. I'm trolling again. But anywho though, it was pretty cool. This is pretty entertaining. I'm not gonna like I said, I usually don't be doing nothing like this, but like this actually is something that like I probably could personally be myself, like literally, like and just like hear everybody's opinions and outputs. And you know, like I said, you know, you learn something new every day. So, you know, I'm always learning something new. Like he just told me a word, which I don't know if he was trolling or not. Apoxy, whatever the hell that mean. I'm gonna have to search that up, what he was talking about. But yeah, I enjoyed it. Definitely be on here some more soon. And I definitely look forward to the other talks we're having as well.
All right, absolutely. Mr. Marte, my brother. Last thoughts. How was the show for you, man? Hate it, love it.
I appreciate being with Tizzle. He should be like a Boondocks character. By the way, Coley, I appreciated you saving my boy on the movie called Get Out. Airport security to the fullest. Also, Erica Badu, I've never seen you more bass before in my life. And Bob's Burgers right here on my lower right. You're amazing. I hate to see the episodes come and go. And also Bob 10 from Slum Village right below me. I appreciate the album. Sorry to see you go. This episode was great. And I do think that America could be better if we had more base communities that ran on Christian ethics and policies. I think that if we have a division in America, it's bound to happen. We can't bridge the gap between these two communities because one wants to take out babies and have murder, and one wants to proliferate society with a base organic structure of a Christian ethics system. And I think one future we want for our children. The other one is having an extermination policy, like I think the Austrian painter from, you know, a certain country who I don't want to mention. I think that with the amount of ABs that happen by Black women, it's actually, if you look at Google, it's more than the amount of deaths that have ever happened in America. So I think that if you can equate the guy with the mustache to the Black women that we have in America, I think we have a war in our hands, and we can prevent an extermination if we have this great rhetoric of promoting Jesus Christ rhetoric of his word. The guy was the word, he's based, and I'm just going to leave it at this. Orthodoxy is the way. And
Hey, quick question, Marty. How you know that was my favorite show? Because I just totally got that joint right here and the other ones. That's crazy. Like,
because I got your number. I could literally smell the grease between the screen and you and me.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, the Afro Queen, I could smell it.
Wait, hold on. Who you think my favorite character is?
Okay, Riley.
Yep.
Okay, that's
Yep.
it is. That's true. That's true. I get that. I like both, but yeah, Riley, he definitely was that type. He was definitely smooth.
All right. Mr. Coley, final thoughts. Hate it, love it. How was the show for you, man?
I ain't gonna lie. Some parts teachable moment for me. Lots of parts funny as hell. especially Marte versus Mark earlier. You know what I'm saying?
Bro, you should have came. You should have came in the last one. That shit was too funny.
Oh man, but than that, it was an awesome show. Like I said, the audience is the MVP. Without y'all wouldn't. Without y'all would not make this chat possible. Shout out to Pumpkinheads you talking about North Carolina Tar Heels. Shout out to you. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, great show. Love to do it again next week.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, Madam Zinga.
Hey, thanks for letting me on. This is a lot of fun. Subscribe to my channel. I talk about culture. I give prescriptions to brain rot. So check me out, everybody in the chat. Let's see. Final thoughts. I think we need to build up the patriarchy. I think that women need to take a step back and build up our men. I think that's what's going to help society. A lot of young men are going to orthodoxy. Me and my husband just became catechumens not too long ago. And we're super excited about Gen Z going back to God and the traditional church. And I think that is the answer. So that's what I advocate for, is for family, for women to be homemakers and take care of the children. Also, don't know if I have never heard anyone else talk about this, but I think what's been happening with education over the last probably few decades is on, it's at the feet of women in America. A lot of women didn't even know what their kids were learning until 2020 when they had to learn through Zoom, and that's on us. All the
I remember them days.
and all of that stuff that's in schools, that stuff is on us, and now we want to fight it and create things like Moms for Liberty when we should have been at home in the first place. So I advocate for family values and Christianity. Make sure you subscribe to my channel, and please, Anonymous Base, invite me to the next one. This is a lot of fun.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna definitely have y'all come back next week. So before I close this out, Miss Harris, if you can put your YouTube link in the back chat, so that way I can put it in the description, and I can put it in the pinned comment on the video, so that way people can find it. And Vibe, I need your information too, so that way I can add it to all the information on the video. That way I can help you guys get some exposure.
Banks, I can send you his YouTube if you want me to.
It's a new day. I would sub to both of y'all.
All right, Mr. Vibe. I should call you Robin Thicke because you kind of look like him a little bit low key.
I know I wasn't the only one. I was like, he looked like a singer. I just can't think about it.
He low key look like Robin Thicke. But last thoughts, man. Hate it, love it. How was the show for you, brother? Did you hate it or love it?
Oh gosh, this is really cool, and I'm really sorry I came in at the last minute. I'm anonymous based. I love the way you ran this. You kept it under control. Very good moderator. I love the questions. I love that we're not all over talking each other. It's a good conversation. Wish we could get some leftists in here. Maybe it would be a little bit harder to manage because we do need to have the conversation going. We need to teach them the logic, not just changing words, right? But this is a great show. I'll definitely show up again. I was supposed to have my show at 4:00, but we had unexpected family show up, and I had that urge. Anybody that does YouTube, when you have an urge to get online, you just can't stop from doing it. So they walked out. I jumped on, and I saw Marty up here. I love Marty. He's my boy. So I'm definitely going to support anything I see him throwing out there. Really cool. Great show. I'm not a boomer. I'm a Gen Xer. But everybody calls me a boomer. And I didn't even know what based was either. I think Tizzle is perfect comedy.
You know what?
Every good show.
I respect that.
Comedy over there.
I appreciate
you.
I'm glad I'm not the only one. I appreciate you for that. Because it be sometimes we don't know none. And sometimes you need that person to tell you what they mean or what you need to know. You feel me? So I appreciate it.
Yeah. And so, hey, I you weren't the only one, but I do appreciate you on here too. Because every panel needs some comedy relief, and you have been that for us. Freaking awesome. I'm scared to say one name every time I look at it because something else goes in my mind when I first look at it until I read all the letters. Apologize for that, but you're also awesome. Love you. You're really good. What is that? Nziga? How do I say it?
Zinga.
and Zynga.
Zinga. Zinga.
Yes. And yeah, you guys are a freaking awesome panel. So awesome show. You guys keep doing it.
That's actually
I'll
a
definitely
cool
show up again.
name, though. I'm not gonna lie. They give out Marvel vibes for real. Like
I do got a question for you, Vibe. Whoever this Marty is, he sounds really based. So awesome guy, Marty, whoever that is.
Oh, Marte.
Oh my God. Okay. I thought you were infected with the Tizzle bug. Okay, good to see that you guys just got.
You know what? My bad. Let me apologize. Totally bad. Totally bad. My bad. I know it's Marte.
I can call you Ray. I could call you Ray too. You want me to call you Ray? You feel me? Like I can always call you Ray. That's a cool
My
name.
daughter's name is
like Sugar Ray Robinson. You feel me? Like, come on now.
That's not, if Marte was gay, his name would be Ray.
Wait, whoa, hold
Hey,
on.
Ray.
That's something rude to say. She didn't play.
King, please do not come at me because I can roast everybody on here to a burnt crisp like I want to do.
You know how to
And tell Anonymous Base too. Throw your channel in there, whatever, all the stuff you're doing too. Because, like I said, I like the way you're modding, man. I'd like to see more of it.
Well, yeah, because I'm streaming. I'm actually streaming on my channel, and then Marte is streaming on mine through to his platforms as well. So I'll shout mine at the end. But Tizzle Mode, where can the people find you, brother?
They can find me on my YouTube channel at Tizzle Mode. All my info and stuff on there on my bio and stuff in the description. I will be having new beats coming out soon. I probably will upload one tonight, so stay tuned. And yeah.
All right, Mighty Mouse, Mr. Marte.
So I read the chat that people it must be Among Us fans because they're saying somebody's sus. I love that game a lot, by the way. Also, back to this. I am the illustrious host of On the Edge. You guys can follow me. I have debates coming up. I'm about to decimate and destroy a guy named Radical Coper this Friday. He thinks that stay-at-home husbands are more optimal than stay-at-home wives. What a stupid position to take. And also, this Sunday, I will be on Jubilee debating tech billionaire Brian Johnson, who will be demolished to smithereens. I have a Gibson Go that I have that I'll also plug in the chat as well too later on, if you guys want to bother supporting your local debater. So
Hold on. Wait. I already know how he finna be. I gotta play the sound for him. Hold on.
Oh, wait. What does it mean when he finna be something?
You said that you finna
What's
roast
the definition of finna? Can you tell me what the definition of finna is?
So when I say that means you finna do this to him.
Oh, so finna means I'm about to do something to him?
Yeah, you about to go Wolverine mode is what I was saying when you heard this. Like,
okay. So when you say finna, that means Wolverine. I like it, bro. That's good.
All right,
I'm learning Ebonics real quick.
All right,
this is great Ebonics. I need to learn more of this so I can embrace
it's just a short term how I talk. It's just a short way how I talk. You feel me? I don't really like to use the full.
All right, Mr. Marte, where can the people find you, brother?
You can find me on my channel, On the Edge. I'll be involved in a lot of debates. I just had a debate with Rob Noor where I crushed these two idiots recently. But I have plenty of debates. That's what I specialize in. I like doing debates. I'm a Christian ethicist. And I love The Crucible. If you guys like The Crucible, follow them. Andrew's one of my best friends. Vibe, also follow him too. Also, Nzinga Harris, I just met her. I didn't know that she was Orthodox, which that is the true church of Christ. Yeah, I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, she was going crazy in the chat. That's why I kept putting the link in the chat like, hey, pull up. Hey, jump in on the conversation because,
I had to wait for my kids to go to sleep so I can concentrate.
Okay. Oh, but real quick, Nzinga, give me your YouTube link in the back chat. Look to the side and you'll see a thing that says private chat, and then just put your YouTube link in there, and then I'll put that in the description on the video. Gotcha. All right, Mr. Vibe, where can the people find you, brother?
Yeah, so I'm Vibe, and you can find me at Vibe on X, Vibe on YouTube, Vibe on Kick, Vibe on Discord. You guys can see the pattern there.
You're Vibe everywhere.
All right. So I want to give one last shout out to the panel.
Bang, bang, bang.
Shit like that.
Y'all, in conjunction with the chat, have provided a great source of entertainment for the night. Y'all gave interesting perspectives. Y'all had some valid takes on the questions. I value you guys' input. I value you guys' minds, and I value you guys' perspectives. Thank you so much for attending this panel. And before I close this out, got to go ahead and let everybody know next Sunday, having another panel. And this is going to be the topic. Rules of modern dating and understanding women. Is dating dead, or is there hope for modern dating? That
I like this.
Oh man,
that is going to be
like
next week's topic. Make sure that you tune in to the Oxide Station podcast. That's my show, 4 p.m. Central Standard Time on Sunday of next week. All right, that's going to be the show. I'm going to make sure.
That's going to be a lovely homework assignment.
Oh yeah,
this
yeah,
week.
I need to join this one. He need to join the next one. I swear to God.
All right, everybody that's on the panel, y'all are automatically invited to next week's panel. Okay.
Unfortunately, I won't be because I'll be on Jubilee.
Yeah, I know. I got you. I got you. No, I got you. I got you. I'll make sure I catch it on the replay. I'll watch it back. But everybody else that's on the panel, y'all are automatically invited to join the next panel and chime in on the discussion. One last thing, I'll make sure I have everybody's contact info in the pinned comment on the top of the chat. Make sure that y'all tune in. Make sure y'all follow everybody's social medias that's up here on the panel, and we will be seeing you guys next week. All right.
Sure.
Peace out.
Hey, God bless, guys.
Peace.
Go
Hills.
I'm gonna go get some fried chicken. So,
Don't forget the cornbread.
You go shower, fam? Me and Coley? Nah.
no, Emma said I can only have one per cage. I'm just gonna leave it at that. Ask Emma.
Oh, okay. I respect that. You go ham on that. You feel me? Let me know how
I
it is.
will. No, it's not gonna be ham. It's gonna be poultry. So it's letting you know it's extra crispy and fried, extra spicy, bro. With hot sauce.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. All right. You're a ruin. Okay.
I'm gonna be like this. like Grandpa from Friday. I'm gonna be like this.
And for real, every time I'm in the kitchen, you in the kitchen.
Yeah, that's gonna be me with Emmett's birds. That's gonna be me and Emmett's birds. Yep.
All right.
Give Vibe some. Get him a little flavor to
No,
him.
I'm not sharing. That's crazy. You crazy. You lost your mind.
Well,
Okay.
he has a
longer
house in the
base.
Philippines. He can buy his own juicy chicken.
Yeah, he can get his
Oh no!
own.
In our house in the in our house in the Philippines, we buy like 5 of them. We keep them in the backyard. We
But
cut
a
their necks,
Negro
we
has to
pluck their
cook it or
feathers,
it
and we
doesn't
eat
count.
them. We
But
eat
a
them,
Negro has to cook it or it doesn't help you.
That's
Yeah,
great.
that's true.
Wait. She
All right, you're back to being based again. All right, I'll give you that.
She only said that because she know that the blacks put seasoning on our chicken. You feel me? Like, or unless I'm wrong.
Hey, no,
You
why
know,
do
if I'm
people
wrong.
put seasoning on their stuff? They get a bad rap. No, they put seasoning on a lot of stuff.
But
They
I feel
gave
like
spicy seasoning to Thailand.
Yeah.
Man, what you know about some? Hold on, what's it called? Some jerk sauce? What you know about some jerk sauce? You feel
There we
me?
go. Some jerk sauce is good.
Yeah.
All right, you guys are making me hungry. I'm about to go get some fried chicken. I got to drive to Emmett's house. So I'll see you guys later.
Yeah. You go ahead and do that.
I got a 10-hour drive ahead of me. So yeah, Emmett, just get the birds ready. I'm on my way, bro.
All right. So one last shout out to the panel and the chat. Y'all take it easy, and we'll see you next week. Again, next week's panel is going to be at 4 p.m. Central Standard Time, and hopefully the rest of these panelists will be on the show, and we will see you guys next week, and we are out.